Usually he's gallivanting. Usually I could see it.
Mayor, are you ready? Everyone ready? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start the webinar.
Recording in progress.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to call to order the closed session. So good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Petaluma City Council, the Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency, the Petaluma Public Finance Corporation, and the Petaluma Financing Authority for Monday, May 15th. May we have a roll call?
Council members Barnacle,
Here.
Cater Thompson. Here. Healy.
Here. Here.
Now.
Here.
Posake.
Here.
Shribs.
Here.
Mayor McDonald.
Here.
All members are present.
We are here for a closed session. I'd like to invite the city attorney, Eric Danley, to present that issue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the council will confer with real property negotiators in closed session under Government Code Section 54956.8. The property is the city-owned fairgrounds property at 175 Fairgrounds Drive and 866 East Washington. The parcels are APN 007-031-004 and 007-031. That must be an error, 866, I think that's right. The agency negotiator is Peggy Flynn, city manager. The negotiating parties are the 4th District Agricultural Association. Under negotiation are price and terms of payment and other terms of use of portions of the city-owned fairgrounds property for presentation of the Sonoma Marin Fair. And I will note again, as I have for past closed sessions, that there's no, it is not permissible under the Brown Act, under a real property negotiation closed session, to actually negotiate with the negotiating parties. This is for the city representatives to receive direction from the city council. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and council.
Let's see. Thank you. And now, Councilmember Now.
I need to recuse since my employer is Happy Hearts Preschool, which is a tenant on the fairground site, and so I will have a conflict, so I won't be there.
Thank you. And I think are you leaving us at this time? Or?
Don't you have a closed session?
We're going to have public comment
gotcha.
on this. And so our next step will be to open public comment on this item for the evening.
Yes, as during public comment, the public is invited to make comments on the specific agenda item that is being presented to the City Council. Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Members of the public attending online who wish to speak to the closed session item should raise their virtual hand or press *9 if participating by phone. And Mayor, we have 2 participants online, but no one has their hand up. And
Thank you. And,
clerk, do we have any speaker cards for this?
and do we have any cards? Do we have any comments that came in ahead of meeting?
No comments were received prior to the
Thank
meeting.
you.
Thank you.
And I have just the one here, so that makes 1 total, right? You
Okay.
Okay. And so I would like to invite Peter Chernev to speak on the closed session item.
20 minutes?
3 minutes.
You have 3
Yeah,
minutes.
yes.
Now, hold on just a minute, Peter. Let me just get your alarm clock up. Okay, you may begin.
I'm in a very good mood. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So the Petaluma Fairgrounds, I can see, is going in the direction of a huge garden project, as I've described. And, you know, I think make changes all you want, but that basically a big garden project. But what I'm going to start off with is I'm going to read you a little kind of a little couple lines from The Legacy of Luna by Julie Butterfly Hill, who's in Petaluma. It's called Embodying Love. One day, through my prayers, an overwhelming amount of love started flowing into me, filling up that dark hole that threatened to consume me. I suddenly realized that what I was feeling was the love of the earth, the love of creation. Every day, we, as a species, do so much to destroy creation's ability to give us life, but that creation continues to do everything in its power to give us life anyway, and that's true love. If that beautiful source of creation of which we're all a part of could do that for us, I reasoned, then I had to find it within myself to have that feeling of unconditional love, not only for the earth as a planet, but also for humanity. And that's from The Legacy of Luna by Julia Butterfly Hill. So with that spirit, I encourage once again to have the discussion flow in the direction of 7 gardens of different varieties, including greenhouses and hydroponics, and 7 classrooms, so that we can be hosting the #1 garden spot in Northern California for students to come visit and interact with our students and master gardeners and local gardening experts that we have in this area, since this is Luther Burbank's hometown, and also to honor veterans as a form of a victory garden unsurpassed in this country. And I would put that to you with all my heart. Yountville is a #1 veterans home in this country, and so we might as well be the #1 garden spot and victory garden in this country as well. And not, of course, not to forget that we have the ability to watch Fear No Fruits, which is a documentary, and when you realize what's on that video and that documentary, that all these wonderful fruits that are coming in from around the world in these big fancy stores, all nice and shiny, are all irradiated, and they're otherwise dealt with in ways that most people don't know. But here in Northern California, which is the true promised land to be, as I see, we can grow anything from around this world in these greenhouses without it being irradiated, without it being poisoned, without it being shellacked with stuff. And that's a beautiful opportunity for us all. And so, how much time do I got? 4 more minutes? 7 more seconds? So with that, I hope to initiate that concept with 400 Petaluma Bounty Gardens, 1 for every school with greenhouse and outdoor gardens. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. And we have no Zoom speakers tonight, so we will close our public comment, and we will adjourn to closed session now. Thank you.
I was going to make a mention of someone kind of hogging up that old bicycle rack place with their super bike, but I got to stop.
There's extra spots, always.
I know.
But I appreciate that. That's keeping me honest.
Have a good one.
Yeah.
How did I sound? Okay. Oh, could I do that one more time? How did I sound? A double thumbs up from either side? Wow. That's pretty good.
Whenever you're ready, Mayor.
Thank you. We can proceed. Are we recording?
We are still recording from when we did closed session, so yes, we are recording.
Wonderful, thank you. Well, I'd like to call the regular session of the Petaluma City Council, the Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency, the Petaluma Financing Corporation, and the Petaluma Public Finance Authority meeting to order for Monday, May 15th. If you wish to provide a public comment on tonight's agenda, please fill out a speaker card like this. And they're in the back of the chamber, and bring it to our city clerk. I will now invite Monica Aparicio and Maria Galvez to provide information to those who wish to participate in Spanish.
Yes, good evening. Hola, me llamo María Galvez y estoy aquí con mi pareja de interpretación, Mónica Padilla. Estamos hoy aquí como intérpretes. Hoy este evento se llevará a cabo en español e inglés. Se usarán ambos idiomas activamente. Así que usted podrá elegir un canal para participar en su idioma preferido después de que le hayamos explicado cómo funciona la interpretación. Estaremos usando la función de interpretación de Zoom. Después que termine esta explicación, se activará la función de interpretación. Si usted se está conectando con su computadora, usted verá un icono de un mundo en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Si usted se está conectando con su tableta o con el teléfono, pulse en Más y verá un menú que incluye la opción de interpretación de idiomas. Para escuchar la interpretación, pulse el icono del mundo o interpretación de idiomas. A continuación, elija su canal de idioma. We are ready. Thank you.
And thank you. May we have a roll call for the evening?
Council members Barnacle,
Here.
Healy,
Here.
Cater Thompson,
Here.
Now,
Here.
Posake,
Here.
Shribs,
Here.
Mayor McDonald.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. Let's stand for a pledge of allegiance. And a moment of silence. And I don't believe we have any agenda changes or deletions scheduled for this evening. So we'll proceed right along with our normal agenda. And I'd like to invite our city attorney, Eric Danley, to comment on the closed session and any reportable actions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's no action to report tonight.
And thank you. This brings us to proclamations, which is always a great part of the evening. And tonight, first off, we have National Public Works Week. I'd like to invite Christopher Bolt of our Public Works Director and any of your team to join us at the podium. And it reads as such. Whereas City of Petaluma Public Works and Utility Department staff serve the community with dedication, professionalism, and integrity, and whereas their service is steadfast through emergencies, pandemics, droughts, storms, and is adaptable to address the climate crisis, and whereas by working together, the impact that staff and the public can have on our community is magnified and results in the ability to accomplish goals once thought unattainable, and whereas the Public Works and Utilities staff help maintain the community's strength by working together to provide an infrastructure of services in transportation, water supply, wastewater, and stormwater treatment, public buildings and spaces, parks and grounds, emergency management and first response, and whereas the staff provides a togetherness needed for collaboration with all stakeholders in capital projects, infrastructure solutions, and quality of life services. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of May 21 to 27 of 2023 as National Public Works Week in the City of Petaluma, and call upon all residents and civic organizations to acquaint themselves with the issues involved in providing our Public Works and Utilities Department, and to recognize the contributions which these important staff members make every day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. Thank you. And if you care to say something? Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mayor and council members and members of our community. Tonight, I am blessed to have several of our team members, just a mere fraction of our 100-plus member team here in Public Works, so I'd like to introduce them. One of the reasons I wanted to invite several of our team members tonight is because when things are running well in Public Works, we're relatively invisible, right? But we are the backbone, much of the backbone of our community. So I'll start here. We have Claudia Heikhaus, administrative assistant, working principally in the airport and the marina area. We have Chelsea Green, administrative manager, fairly new with our team in January. Happy to have you here, Chelsea. We have here Justin Evans, who works with our water distribution system. And we also have PJ Sequeira, works with our sewer collection systems. And one of the things I noted was you're one of the guys that gets the dirtiest, is that right? Yeah. Is that right? So he knows he's worked hard when he comes in dirty. And we have Jeanette Lugo, a lab analyst at LS, here this evening. And we have Drew Huckabee, relatively new employee since January, roughly, right? Working in our industrial pretreatment group out at Ellis to help protect our system from industrial discharges. We have Bjorn Griepenberg, a project manager with our engineering CIP team, and also Mehran Ebrahimi, an engineer with our engineering CIP team. A lot of new faces, wonderful people to work with. Thank you very much for allowing us to serve our community.
Thank you and the team. Next up tonight, we have Emergency Medical Services Week, and I'd like to invite Fire Chief Jeff Schock and his team to the podium as I read the proclamation.
He said, "And team." The podium. They're shy.
Whereas emergency medical services are a vital public service, and whereas the members of EMS teams are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury, and whereas each May there is a national recognition of EMS workers with the theme of this year's Emergency Medical Services Week being EMS, where emergency care begins. And whereas the Petaluma Fire Department provides first responder EMS care, as well as the continued treatment and transport of the sick and injured by basic and advanced life support ambulances staffed with cross-trained firefighters, EMTs, and paramedics. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, in recognition of the people that provide this vital care, do hereby proclaim May 21, 27 of the year 2023 as Emergency Medical Services Week in the city of Petaluma, and urge all Petaluma residents to support the public safety activities and efforts of Petaluma's first responders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor, Council, and community for the recognition and support of our first responders who provide this critical first step in emergency healthcare. The Petaluma Fire Department's team of EMS first responders and the support staff, some of which you see up here today, will continue to rise to the challenge to ensure the safety of the community that we have sworn our lives to protect. Thank you again for the acknowledgement and for your support. Thank you.
Next, we have National Peace Officers Memorial Day. And I'd like to invite Chief Savano and his team to the podium.
That means you too, Tina. Bring everybody up.
Got him. Whereas the Congress and the President of the United States have designated May 15th as Peace Officer Memorial Day and May 14th to the 20th as National Police Week in recognition of law enforcement officers nationwide who have sacrificed their lives or been disabled in the performance of their duties while protecting our communities and safeguarding our democracy. And whereas it is important that all members of our community know and understand the duties, responsibilities, hazards, and sacrifices of those who dedicate their lives to the law enforcement profession and to keeping our communities safe. And whereas the members of the Petaluma Police Department and law enforcement throughout the state and nation risk their lives on a daily basis to maintain peace and protect life and property in our communities. And whereas the members of the Petaluma Police Department provide a vital service safeguarding the rights and freedoms of all community members in this city. Whereas it is important to always remember Petaluma police officers Julius Bloom in 1898, Bert Johnson, 1925, Russell Rasmussen, 1927, and Vilo Ahola in 1998, who selflessly gave their lives while serving and protecting this community. And whereas in the United States, a total of 245 police officers were killed in the line of duty in 2022 and 30 so far in 2023. And whereas in California, a total of 12 police officers were killed in the line of duty in 2022 and 2 so far in 2023. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, formally designate May 15th, 2023 as National Peace Officers Memorial Day and May 14 to 20 of 2023 as National Police Week. Thank you.
I'll have POA President Officer Garrett Scholin accept the proclamation from Councilmember Now. Thank you. Mayor McDonald, council members, city staff, and the community we serve, thank you for the recognition of today, May 15th, as National Police Officer or Peace Officer Memorial Day. The proclamation speaks to the magnitude of the importance of today, so thank you very much for that. I would, if I could, Mr. Mayor, just respectfully ask that when you adjourn the meeting tonight, do so in honor of the family members left behind. They're often forgotten. So thank you for this recognition. We appreciate it greatly.
And that brings us to Bike Month. And I would like to invite Eris Weaver, the Executive Director of Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition, to the podium. Whereas the bicycle is a healthy, convenient, financially and environmentally sound form of transportation and an excellent tool for recreation and the enjoyment of Petaluma's scenic beauty, local attractions, and friendly neighborhoods. And whereas creating bicycling-friendly community has been shown to improve residents' health, well-being, and the quality of life, growing the economy of Petaluma, attracting tourism dollars and local business spending, and reducing pollution, congestion, and wear and tear on our streets. And whereas the transportation sector is responsible for roughly 60% of our city's activity-based greenhouse gas emissions, and Petaluma is committed to carbon neutrality by 2030, and whereas the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition, the League of American Bicyclists, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, and jurisdictions throughout the Bay Area will be promoting bicycling during the month of May 2023, and whereas throughout the month of May, the residents of Petaluma and its visitors can be experiencing the joys of bicycling through free educational programs, team bike challenges, and virtual events organized by these groups. And whereas these groups are also promoting greater public awareness of bicycle operations and safety education in an effort to reduce collisions, injuries, and fatalities and improve health and safety for everyone on the road. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of Petaluma City Council, do hereby proclaim May 2023 as Bike Month. And I urge all residents to stop by the city's Energizer station on Bike to Wherever Day, May 18th on 2023 2023, from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. on the Lynch Creek Trail at the Petaluma Community Center. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm so happy to receive this proclamation on behalf of my staff, my board, my members, and the greater cycling community. One of the things I always love about working with the City of Petaluma, I work with the jurisdictions all over the county, is it's such a civically minded town. And whatever the issue is, you have more groups working on it than almost anywhere else I see. So Bike Petaluma, Safe Streets Petaluma, Cool Petaluma, all these other groups are working in the same space that we are, and we work together to hope to make the streets safer so that more people will choose to use a bicycle as a form of transportation. It's so easy to talk about all the reasons why people should ride a bike, why it's good for you, it's good for the planet, it's good for your pocketbook, but we don't talk often enough about the fact that it just makes people happy. When I was on my way home from work the other day, I was cataloging all of the moments of happiness that I had experienced in my 20-mile round trip commute that day, from the feeling of the sun on my skin and the wind, well, maybe not in my hair because I had a helmet on, and I always take one of the creek paths at the very end of my route, which makes it longer, but bicycling with the ducks and the trees and the people walking their dogs, it makes me feel connected to my community, and any stress that I accumulated from my workday or from riding on Petaluma Hill Road all melt away. And so what I want to invite to anyone listening here in this room or folks who are out there at home, I experience joy in my daily commute. Do you? And if you don't, go to bikesonoma.org and check out all the things that we are doing, and we will help you find the joy.
Thank you. And let's move on to general public comment. And during general public comment, the public is invited to comment on items of public interest that are within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the elsewhere on the current agenda. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person, depending on the number of persons wishing to address the council. Time will be allocated in equal share, totaling no more than 20 minutes. And let's ask across from the clerk if we have any comments coming in before the meeting.
Mayor, we received one general public comment prior to the meeting, which is posted online with the agenda packet.
Thank you. And may I ask our moderator to read the portion for the Zoom audience? And
Yes, Mayor. At this time, I will start a 30-second clock for the general public comment. Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Members of the public attending online should raise their virtual hand and press *9 if participating by phone. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. And Mayor, we have 8 attendees total online and 1 hand raised.
thank you very much. And with the 3 cards I have, that will allow for 3 minutes per speaker. I'd like to invite the in-house speakers first, and I will start with asking Lori Schroeder to come forward, followed by Catherine Brabowski. Lori, are you in the house?
I got autism, so it's going to take me a little time for this.
Okay.
I wrote this out right now.
Lori, give me just a second. I'm sorry. I also need a little moment here.
Or I'd rather not. It's going to be hard. I wrote this out. I said, Petaluma Police Department not responding when I call them. Behind the shopping center where Kmart used to be on North McDowell Boulevard. They're yelling, terrorizing, and watching me day and night. Then I said on the second one, I said, police chief talked to people in the hallway. He talks to the rich people out in the hallway. He wasn't being involved in here. And then on 3, it says, when you ask for help, police department don't want to respond to the public for it. And then 4, my friend over there, Larry Woods Valley Mobile Home Park manager, Gisela Cruz, is not a U.S. citizen. Park breaking all the laws in the park. I can't even stay there 2 nights with Catherine without her banging on her door. And then I got number 5, somebody's dumping paint in the river. Police didn't say anything about it at the time that somebody told them to. And then they have 6, there's no internal affairs to investigate the Petaluma Police Department. And then also I had some about the transit system too, because they still got books out since September 22. They're not updating their books for people to know. They're not even doing anything with Copeland because they need to get their electronic signs and get them lit up because they have nothing there, so people don't know. And they make all these changes all the time. So that needs to be advised to the advisory board with the transit. So that's all I wanted to say for now. And I have autism, but the only thing is I don't have in-home support services. I don't have North Bay Regional Center, and I don't have Petaluma People Services. I got to be over 62, and I have a physical disability, and I have mental disability with my autism, and I can't get help through this town at all. So I do not know what I can do. So if you have any idea, because I'm tired of being terrorized, I'm tired of saying I'm ugly and fat everywhere I'm going to. I get that in stores. I get that everywhere. So I'm asking for help. So please think of something for me and let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Babowski, to be followed by Daryl Metcalf.
Yes, my name is Catherine Rossi. I live at the Woods Mobile Villa, Moen Park at 1821 Lakeville Highway. This manager has been having her family parking illegal on the fire lanes 24 hours a day. And then we have another one parked on Perry Lane. This is not supposed to be, And this is supposed to be now parked in Perry Lane also. And this is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So this is the manager's family doing this. And also to the family's manager's friends are dealing drugs against my mobile home, parking against my mobile home, which is against the law. The police have been called. The police department doesn't respond when they're showed up. They don't care to respond because they're friends to hers. And there's things going on in the park too. And then where the park's propane tank is, they got weeds where the park's propane tank is, they got weeds that are skyrocket high. And they got trees touching power lines in there. And then on top of that, she has her family members, some of her family members in that park that live in the park. They got 25 to 30 people living in a 1-2 home each. That is a fire code violation. And then on top of that, like Lori said, that she can't even come to my door for 2 minutes. If I have somebody come into my door, visit me for 2 seconds, the manager is banging on my back door. She wants to know who's visiting me. And she's been stalking my place. Her family trespassed my place. They done vandalism to my home site, my mobile home, and the cops won't do a darn thing about it because they're friends of hers. And when, like Lori said, when the police department asks us for public help, the cops ask for the police public help. But when the public asks for the police department's help, the police department doesn't want to help them. Do something. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Darren Metcalf to be followed by Robert Hanson.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, city staff. My name is Daryl Metcalf. I'm the current chairperson of the local spiritual assembly of the Baha'is of Roanoke Park. We work often with Baha'is of Petaluma. And we'd like to share with you as an additional resource, a new publication that's just come out called One Planet, One Habitation. This focuses on, speaking of focuses on, and supports collective efforts to address climate change and improve our environment at the level of neighborhoods, communities, and beyond. This major statement by the Baha'i International Community, BIC, offers a Baha'i perspective on recasting humanity's relationship with the natural world. Some of the themes explored in the publication include the essential principle of humanity's oneness as the only foundation on which sustainable societies can be raised, justice as a process and outcome, consultation in fostering consensus as action, and redefining notions of progress and development. For those of you who may not heard of the Baha'i Faith before, in a 30-second nutshell, Baha'is believe in three onennesses. There is only one God, that all the world's great religions we know today came from this one God, and there's only one race, the human race. According to the Encyclopedia Britannica, the Baha'i Faith is the second most widely spread religion geographically, second to Christianity. Baha'is reside in over 100,000 localities, and in the last year or so have hosted over 10,000 conferences open to all, and initiating a framework for all to work together for the betterment of our societies and world. Baha'is promote the oneness of mankind and the equality of women and men in all of the efforts relating to these conferences. We had one of them here, and we had two in Sebastopol that were wonderful. Thank you for your time this evening, and we hope you find the booklets to be a helpful resource in your efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And next we have Robert Hanson.
Good evening. To all, I wish the very best in health and spirit. My name is Robert Hanson. On a local level, for the last 6 years, I've been maintaining WAS School, Meadow School's track and field. The WAS School District has provided zero maintenance in 6 years. Opening day of school, the kids walked onto a track and field, cleared the weeds, the track raked, until this year. That's the difference between 69 and 75. I couldn't do it. Our school board wants to spend $550,000 on gender-neutral bathrooms with showers in an elementary school. They want to spend $400,000 for a metal shade awning at Corona. For me, if you need shade, you plant trees. We could plant a minimum of 7 redwood trees, provide the shade they want. And we'd be on every state map as a Corona redwood grove. On a national level, 2.5 years ago, what was only a question is now a fact. There was a well-orchestrated, well-funded attack on American elections. Not singular to the United States, every constitutional republic in the world is under attack. As a result of that massive manipulation of the vote count, we now have a president and his administration that is aggressively and with intent destroying the prosperity, security, integrity of the United States.
I think I have to interrupt for a second. The public comment allows for comment in our subject matter jurisdiction. I'm just reading that. And I don't think national issues quite connect with our subject matter. So we have to ask you to stay on local subject, things we are subject matter to.
No problem, no problem. We can all see what's going on the national level. As far as our schools, a $1.1 million federal cash windfall to Corona and our Wash School District. They do not want to spend it on the children. They want to spend $550,000 on gender-neutral bathrooms with showers in an elementary school and $400,000 on a metal shade awning at Corona. I've tried to get a hold of Mr. Healy repeatedly to discuss this, to no avail. He told me, get me in touch with our representative for the Wash School District. Never got a phone call back. There's something evil that is happening to our children. I see it in my grandkids.
Mr. Hanson, thank you for your comments. Your time has expired. Thank you. Your time has expired. Thank you.
It was 3 minutes, Mr. Hanson, it was 3 minutes, and your time is concluded. And also, the mayor graciously permitted you to speak on topics related to the school district and not the city's business. So your time is concluded. Thank you.
I take offense to this 2 minutes.
Thank you.
It was 3 minutes. It was 3 minutes.
And we need to allow the next public speaker to speak, so yes, appreciate your comments. And we're to the Zoom audience.
Yes, Mayor, we have one person with their hand raised, and that is Darren Rakusin. Darren, please unmute and begin speaking.
Thank you, moderator. And I think many members of the public can share in that frustration about 3 minutes, putting forth a good argument. I'm going to just speak on streets, Zoom, and open space. There's going to be a city meeting tomorrow about streets, focusing on certain areas in particular. One area I really want to advocate for is one of the main corridors in the city that I also happen to live on. That's Western Avenue. I think aside from potholes, cracks, all the usual issues of streets, I want to point out that infamous, and I know the police there probably know what I'm talking about, the infamous bend near Petaluma Junior High. We live right near there, and in light of this being, declared as a bicyclist month, we actually just recently had a bicyclist wipe out around that bend, skin himself pretty badly, and I had to go out and help, and we eventually got him patched up and on his way home. But with cars, obviously, it's even worse, right? We have a couple turnovers, it seems like, every 6 months. So I know we have folks in the building there from Public Works. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to attend tomorrow night's meeting, but I do want to advocate for taking a hard look at Western, again, not only for the maintenance as a main corridor, but also for the safety issues of this one bend in particular. I don't know if there will be a quick fix, but there's some engineering, I think, that could happen there. And then I also want to advocate for expanding Zoom capacity. And I know this is something spoken about at the budget. The city clerk's office is already working on this, but expanding Zoom capacity to committees, commissions, and boards, particularly thinking of this last week, we had a planning commission meeting about a pretty big development in the heart of the city. And I know that gauging from public outreach and letters would have gotten a lot more comment and participation if we had that Zoom venue. So it just reminded me how important that is to really engage folks. So just advocate for more momentum on that. And then I also, as the conversation continues in the city about how committees, commissions, and boards may evolve into the future, I just want to, again, plant another seed for evolving our tree committee into an open space and natural resource commission. I know we have a climate commission in the city that does great work, but I think an open space and natural resource commission would represent a different discipline and skill set. You could have folks there who've worked with land trusts, wildlife experts, water experts, also tree experts, and really cover a different kind of side of this issue, which is preservation, understanding and preserving and regenerating the natural ecosystems we have. And climate, I know, has a lot of work in front of them with human adaptation and mitigation, given a changing climate. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
And there are no other virtual speakers or virtual attendees with their hands up.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll close public comment for the evening, and I'll move to council comment. I guess we've heard from several that time limitations are a restraint, but maybe we'll on council try and set a good example for that tonight and keep ourselves to 3 minutes. I'd like to invite Councilmember Shribs to start this evening.
Okay, quick list then. There was one of the most important meetings I attended was a summit on housing put by Gen H. They've produced another report called State of Housing, very detailed throughout the entire county, and they're working very diligently trying to decipher what we do have and what we need. And two big needs is not only the affordable housing, which we have been working on, but also the entry-level housing, mid-level housing, entry-level housing for the young folks as they're trying to come up through the ranks and get out of apartments into homes. And there are actually opportunities. We've heard about some speakers that actually are doing well, like in San Diego, some amazing stuff. So more to talk about there. Then in water reuse, we talked about, heard from San Francisco Estuary Institute has got some ideas of using Petaluma as an example for ecotone dikes and for sea level rise. Then in the watershed meetings, they talked about workforce needed, that we're not getting enough applicants for the trades, and we really need to do more at the high school levels to bring workforce in, because even our water departments are having folks finding the right people to fill the positions. There was a really nice river cleanup. A lot of people participated. I was out there and I helped clean up Shoulder Park with my couple of my docents. That was really nice to get out there in beautiful, beautiful weather. There was an eco garden tour that had two Petaluma addresses in there. I was able to visit both, and both wonderful places. So the ability to do ecologically based gardening is very strong throughout the county. There's lots of places to go to and see. Then there was a Cool Blocks meeting that we attended, several of us did, and that group is continuing its effort to spread the word out as to what we can do personally to change our climate actions. And then there was a Know Before You Grow meeting that proposed the idea of an intelligent speed assist, that there's now new technology out that actually is happening in Europe that's actually being required in all new vehicles in 2 years from now, where there's actually speed controls in all new cars in Europe. And so that's a coming thing here. And then in the Climate Commission, we had a very good presentation on the EV chargers and the whole EV charging system structure that from the contractor that's going to be working on that at the various sites, very detailed. So take a look at that, the proposal, and also the information that was exchanged there. Interested in how we're going to do EV charging throughout our at least our city facilities on that. So with that, that under 3 minutes.
Thank you. Not bad. Councilmember Posake.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the Transit Commission a couple of weeks ago, we authorized the purchase of a new system for computer-aided dispatch and auto vehicle locations for our bus system. And I think they'll soon, well, soon's a relative word, but this will show up eventually as 55-inch screens at some of the major transit nodes in town. And what else? The Continuum of Care County Homeless Commission is very busy at this time distributing funds from both federal funds and state and some local funds. We haven't achieved as many of those as I hoped we would, but we've made a dent in some of our stuff. Finally, I had a great time speaking to a government class at Petaluma High School a few days ago, and encourage everyone to take every chance to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Now.
I came with props. It'll help the visual. I want to remind everybody that the third Saturday of the month at the Petaluma Airport is their display days. So before you go downtown to the American Graffiti, on May 20th from 11 to 1, go out to the airport. Pilots fly their airplanes out on the tie-down area, and you can walk up children can sit in the airplanes and talk to the pilots and learn about being a pilot and learning how important it is to have an airport in Petaluma, a municipal airport. And there will be food trucks there for guests, since it will be lunchtime, because we're still waiting for 29er Diner to open. And the reason I'm got my little compost bucket is because next Monday, May 22nd, from 5 to 8 at the community center, is the Cool Petaluma's having their community expo. And there'll be emergency prep information. City departments will be on hand explaining what they do in case of emergency. And Recology will be there. If you are a garbage customer and you live in Petaluma, you get a free compost pail. And if you don't make it there, you can also pick them up at Lucchese Center at the service counter. They'll be in the water department or the water office here at the counter to pick them up when you pay your water bill. And soon they'll be probably at the library and other locations in Petaluma. There's a pallet of 700 ready to come to Petaluma. And then there is the information in your bill talking about how to use that compost, because we don't want things going down the garbage disposal anymore. The water department at Ellis Creek says compost, put it in your green waste. Don't put it down the garbage disposal because it gets into our drains. So check it out because it's very explanatory. Then on Wednesday, day after tomorrow, there's a ad in the Argus Courier. I'm the liaison to the Parks and Recs. There's an opportunity for the city to come help shape the future of playing fields in Petaluma. It'll be at 6 p.m. in this room, and we'll discuss the project. We'll explore options for field replacement, and the Park and Recs Commission wants your input. So go to thecityofpetaluma.org/Lucchese Field. And that's it, Mr. Mayor. Did I do good?
Thank you. Glad you mentioned the Cool Cities Expo. And now to Council Member Cater Thompson.
Thank you. Let's see. Happy Mother's Day to everybody yesterday. It was a lovely day. I had my Sonoma County Transportation Authority meeting, and it was announced that Suzanne Smith will be retiring probably in maybe October. So those are going to be big shoes to fill. We were talking about a ballot measure for Highway 37, and that Highway 37 is going to be a toll road, which I'm not thrilled with, but that seems to be the direction that they're going to be going. And so we'll just see what the polling shows for a ballot measure on Highway 37. I went to the Coast Guard base as vice mayor because Mr. Mayor couldn't be there. And we had a rib cook-off, which was great. Brought the dog and even brought my husband. And so we participated in that. But it's really interesting going to that base because I knew it as Two Rock Army Base and went there. And boy, is it a lot different now. They have 400 civilian employees, 300 Coast Guard members and family members. And besides the ribs, we also had a cupcake. We were judges for the cupcakes, along with the mayor of Rohnert Park and Linda, who's the owner of Redbird Bakery, that I didn't realize lived in Petaluma. So it was a good day, but they are looking at doing a big battery storage. And in September, I'm going to go back out there and check out their battery storage, and they'll have enough storage for 10 days for the base. And let's see what else. Sonoma County Transportation Authority. The Planning Commission. We had a Planning Commission meeting last week, and we approved to move forward the Oyster Cove project. My big concern with that is that the way the traffic is going to, the changes in the road is an issue for me because the telephone poles in front of where Oyster Cove is from the D Street Bridge to about halfway down to Lakeville will be placed underground for the project, but there's still going to be poles above. And I feel like we need to look at D Street as a complete street And as a council, love to have that conversation to see how that can be achieved. Even though the next development is supposed to pay for the next phase, I think D Street is too important to leave it half done. And I feel as though it is our responsibility to have that conversation and figure out how we're going to complete it, at least on the south side, all the way to the SMART rail crossing. Cornell Drive, there was a shooting there, and I talked to the family that was not involved, but they live in the neighborhood. And I just want to thank Officer or Deputy Chief Miller for his responses to the council, but also responses to the family, because it can be pretty scary. Anything else? I think that's probably about it for me today. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy.
I don't have any liaison reports tonight. Thank you.
Beat the 3-minute mark. Councilmember Barnacle.
All right. Councilmember Healy is ceding his 3 minutes to me because I've had several liaison appointments. I had a PBAC meeting last Wednesday. We got an update on the active transportation plan, specifically on the criteria for project selection. And then we had a really great discussion about Maria Drive in Garfield and how to slow traffic and just in general calm the traffic on those streets. I'm not going to go into all the details, so I try and get us out of here before midnight. But they were really great conversations, and I appreciate staff bringing forward such a good discussion topics. Most notable, I had our Sonoma Clean Power Board meeting, and there was some sort of fun stuff, some good stuff, and some not so good stuff at that meeting. Good stuff, there's an electric Zamboni up at Snoopy's Ice Arena now, so go up there and check it out. Apparently it's working really good. We approved the budget. Importantly, we are currently, Sonoma Clean Power is 5% below PG&E on the electricity rates, and we're on track to achieve our fiscal reserve target 6 months early. Earlier than expected, so that's 9.5 years instead of 10 years. And so what that's going to trigger when we hit those marks is basically one of three things, and potentially actually 3 different opportunities, but basically the ability to invest in community projects that have an ROI that are within the Sonoma Clean Power mission, the ability to continue making, increased investments in programs and community-based organizations, or reduce electricity rates further. So some pretty good news on the fiscal outlook for Sonoma Clean Power. The California Public Utilities Commission opened an investigation into PG&E, actually into all of the high winter gas prices. The CPUC directed PG&E to provide Sonoma Clean Power information on Fast Trip. So right now we have public safety power shutoffs. That's the term everybody's become really familiar with. Fast Trip is a new technology that basically senses things like high winds or things like that and just automatically shuts off the power to a certain area to avoid wildfires. In theory, it's really good. But there's also really no regulation around it right now, and so there's questions about are they using it too frequently, obviously to protect their own interests, and putting people who are on life-saving devices and things like that at risk by shutting off the power. So, but basically the important thing is that PG&E is now required to give Sonoma Clean Power that data, so at least we know who's being impacted by the Fast Trip, how often, how long are they without power, things like that. And then it'll really allow Sonoma Clean Power to think about what we can do to, protect people who are vulnerable to those situations. Probably the most concerning thing that we discussed was the governor's trailer bill, which now has an actual bill. It's AB 1373 by Eduardo Garcia. The big problem with this bill is the governor is proposing that we transfer power procurement from CCAs to the CPUC, and then it would task the Department of Water Resources or any IOU to finance and construct new power resources that the CPUC decides are critical. And so this would, essentially remove the authority of Sonoma Clean Power to procure clean resources, and would put that in the Department of Water Resources. But it goes a step further, and there's a couple of other big problems with it. So the costs are going to be spread across all power providers, whether that power provider needs the resource or not. And then it implements a new penalty on power providers that did not meet their resource adequacy requirements, which there's already penalties and whatnot. And then importantly on that is that those penalties are paid by ratepayers, not shareholders. So that means that if an investor-owned utility is not meeting their resource adequacy requirements, the ratepayers are on the hook for it, not their shareholders. So there's some real problems with that, and I think the entire CCA community in California is probably going to be raising arms now because they didn't accept the amendments that we were looking for. Also, earlier this month, I had 2 BACMed board meetings. We had the regular board meeting where we approved the reorganization of the top-level management to being at will. And then we had a pretty robust discussion of fees and how cost recovery for permit compliance is set up. Not going to bore you with the details on that, but just obviously there's a couple of really large polluters that are pretty costly to enforce. And then there's small polluters, and so how do you handle the equity issues of a small business that's being regulated by the Bay Area Air Quality Management District versus, a large corporation that's, putting several thousand people at risk, things like that. And then the final meeting was the Bay Area Air Quality Management District Finance and Administration Committee, and at that meeting we recommended approval of the budget to the full board. So that's my updates.
Thank you very much. And I've been to several things that have had prior mentions. The Cool Cities event that was hosted, the Generation H, where they talked about the need for housing and the consequence of not having housing, as several of us all were at. I participated in the onboarding meeting for new members of the Sonoma County Agricultural and Open Space District. Looking forward to this duty, as Petaluma has many open space needs and opportunities. I spoke at the Santa Rosa Junior College groundbreaking for the Petaluma campus program to train for the building trades. And I'm glad to note that water treatment operator is one of the trades that they're focusing on. So hopefully that hits our need. I did want to thank the Petaluma Police Department for their public showcase for the specialized equipment that they have that's for emergencies not only in our community but for regional responses. And I attended the North Bay Leadership Council Awards meeting where our very own United Anglers of Casa Grande received the Paint the Community Green Excellence in Environmental Stewardship Award for their support of the Lake Sonoma fisheries through the droughts. Casa Grande is the only high school in the United States approved by the EPA to touch an endangered species. So, there. I also attended Rebuilding's event out at Schollenberger. That was a good one. And lastly, I attended the Inclusion Festival for the differently abled. This took over all of the community center this weekend, and they wanted to express their gratitude to staff who helped them make sure that everything worked perfect at that venue. If you haven't seen them, see Al Camilla, who helped host that. And that's my report out, and I would like to ask the city manager for any comments she has.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick reminder that our annual recruitment to fill vacancies on our city committees and commissions is open, and applications are available on the city website at cityofpetaluma.org, and they are due by 5 p.m. on Wednesday, May 31st, and appointments will be made by the City Council in June for terms to begin July 1. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. And that brings us to our consent calendar for the evening. Do we have anyone who wishes to, on the council, who wishes to comment on that? Pull an item, I'm saying, and I don't recall that we had any, so I'm proceeding with that to the, to the public comment level. And I'd like to remind anyone in the audience that if they wish to speak on the consent calendar, any item on the consent calendar, there's cards in the back. And I'll ask the city clerk, have we received any comments on this consent calendar?
Mayor, no comments were received prior to the meeting on the consent calendar.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask our moderator to open the Zoom audience and announcement.
Yes, Mayor. At this time, we have 10 attendees, and I will share my screen. And for any of those in the virtual room that are interested in attending, please, or speaking, please raise your virtual hand or press *9 if participating by phone. I do not see any hands raised online at this time.
Thank you very much. And having no cards from the in-house audience, I'd like to bring it back to the council. Councilmember Posake. Motion by Posake, second by Healy. May we have a roll call vote?
Barnacle,
Yes.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. And that takes us to public hearings and matters for consideration. And item 8 is the adoption of the second reading of our ordinance 2848, amending the residential tenancy protections. And it's at this point, as I have consistently on this item, I will recuse myself and step out of the room. My recusal is because I own rental property in the city. And so I will be passing this part of the meeting to our Vice Mayor, Vice Mayor Cater Thompson.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce the item. Hang on a second. I'm missing something. Is this it? I guess this is not it. Do you have the copy? Thanks. Adoption, second reading of ordinance number 2848 NCS, amending chapter 6.60 entitled Residential Tenancy Protection of the Petaluma Municipal Code, and finding this item is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15387B5. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Eric Danley, City Attorney. I'm going to be briefly introducing that item. The staff recommendation is the council adopt the ordinance that was introduced by a vote of 4-2 on the April 17th City Council meeting. And if it's adopted, it would amend Chapter 6.60 of the Petaluma Municipal Code entitled Residential Tenancy Protections. And I will just briefly recite for the public in particular what the ordinance does, the amendments do substantively. They exempt owners of 3 or fewer residential units in Petaluma as long as they give the required notice specified in the ordinance. And I'm going to address one drafting error in that I would like to address tonight. After this brief summary, the amendments also include the same no fault and at fault just causes for terminating residential tenancies as the Tenant Protection Act, the state law. They start the protections under the city's regulations on the first date of residential tenancies. They add an exemption for temporary tenancies that consist of a less than 1-year term and have a specified expiration date so the owner can return and recover possession of their unit. They remove exemptions for government-owned and subsidized units. They add exemptions for transient and tourist occupancies, as those are defined in the Civil Code, and that covers units in nonprofit hospitals, religious facilities, care facilities, and that's because that needs to be included because of the commencement of the protections on day 1 of tenancies. The amendments remove the LSAC requirements for withdrawal of residential units from the rental market, and that right, obviously, to withdraw units continues to exist under the Ellis Act. The amendments add a 6-month right of return for tenants displaced for no fault just causes. They require, importantly, one of the most significant amendments is that they require payment of relocation assistance to tenants displaced for no-fault just causes of up to 250% of the last month's rent, or $9,000, whichever is less. And I'm going to address a comment, some concerns we received about those provisions. The amendments remove restrictions on notices of termination for no-fault just causes for tenant households with educators, Petaluma educators and K through 12 students. And also an important change, they delete the sunset provision so that the regulations would continue in effect until amended or repealed by the council. So those are the those are the highlights of what the amendments do. With respect to what I mentioned about the notice requirement, and that appears in section 6.60.030 of the amendments. It specifies a required notice that tracks to a similar one in the TPA, but I included, and this is in error, in the notice that's specified in paragraph 2 of provision B of that section, language in the notice that would say this property is not subject to the rent limits in section 1947.12 of the Civil Code, and then it goes on to say it's not subject to the just cause requirements of section 1946.2 of the Civil Code. And that first phrase is not subject to the rent limits of section 1947.12 of the Civil Code. And the and should not have been included and should be removed as a drafting error because there's a little bit of an asymmetry between the exemption in the city's regulations that the council directed be included in the amendment, and that is that they apply to that the regulations treat as exempt rental properties of owners in Petaluma that own 2 or fewer units. The exemption is a much larger one, and it would be larger in Petaluma. In the Tenant Protection Act, it applies basically to single-family units generally. So this is another way in which the city's regulations are more protective, as they must be, to be permitted to replace the Tenant Protection Act just cause provisions. But there's a little bit of asymmetry there, and for that reason, that phrase should not be included in the notice. And I also wanted to mention that we received some concerns expressed about the language in the provisions in section 6.60.080, which define the relocation assistance obligation that landlords have concerning no-fault terminations of tenancies. The request was that the provision refer to relocation assistance that's owed to the tenant household and not the tenant. But I don't recommend that change because as tenant is defined in the city's regulations in section 6.60.020 in paragraph T, it means a person entitled by written or oral agreement to use or to the use or occupancy of a dwelling unit in the city. So it means the party on the lease. The tenant household could be larger than that. I think it's clear from the relocation assistance that it only obligates one payment per termination. We can also further clarify that in the pretty extensive information we provide about the regulations on the city's website, which we would update if the council adopts these regulations. But we've been waiting to not presume that the council will do that. And I guess the last thing I'll mention is that we received a council member comment with regard to another notice provision of the regulations. These are in section 6.60.070, entitled Additional Notice Requirements for No-Fault Terminations. So the comment addressed the fact that in paragraph A, regarding noticing that's required for no-fault terminations due to permanent withdrawal, and in paragraph C, that relates
City
to...
Attorney, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Too fast?
Our translator's asking for
I'm
a
sorry.
pause,
I'm
please.
sorry
If you could
about
just
that.
pause between sentences. Thank you.
It's a
Lots
little
of technical information.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I was really focusing because it's a little technical. So let me slow down. Thank you for the reminder. So this is in section 6.60.070, which is a notice requirement provision that is required for termination of for no fault terminations of tenancies. And it was pointed out by a council member that, and also I believe by legal aid representatives, that paragraph A in that section, which deals with notice of no-fault terminations due to permanent withdrawal of the unit from the rental market, and paragraph C, which deals with which deals with termination due to no fault of the tenant for demolition, all require the notice go to the tenant household and to the city housing manager. But paragraph B in that same section that deals with additional notice required for no-fault terminations for the owner or owner's relatives to move in to the unit does not include that requirement. So, the folks that pointed that out, the council member and legal aid folks, viewed that as an error in the drafting, which if that's the council's intent, then that would be true. In other words, if the council's intent was to have the same notice requirements, additional notice requirements for each of those types of no-fault terminations, then I would note that too, and we could reflect that change. And otherwise, that is all I plan to raise in my remarks, and I would be happy to answer any questions if the council has them. Thank you.
Councilmember Posake?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Eric, in that regard, even if we don't intend to do that, isn't that sentence not complete in Part B where it says provide notice, but it doesn't say to who? Well, it says section 60.
Councilmember Posake, if you don't mind, please speaking closer to your microphone. Thank you.
I'm just turning to that, so just if you don't mind giving me one sec. Currently, it reads, landlords terminating a tenancy due to the intent of the owner or owner's relative to occupy the dwelling unit in accordance with section, and I'll refrain from listing the section right now, must first, in addition to giving notice as required by section 6.60.060, provide notice of the name, address, and relationship of the owner of the individual intending to occupy the dwelling unit. Well, that's a good point, Councilmember, and that I think would support that we erred in not including that, because you're right, it doesn't say to whom. So that would support treating that as a drafting error in what we presented to the council, and I certainly take responsibility for that and apologize. So thank you.
Thanks.
Councilmember Posake, are you done?
I'm done. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilmember Healy?
Thank you. So, Eric, on this discussion on section 6.60.080 and whether the term tenant or tenant household gets used in the relocation assistance language, I would be personally more comfortable changing it to tenant household, but I'll hold off on that if the city attorney's comments on 6.60.080 can be for the record and reflected verbatim in the minutes, so that the legislative history is crystal clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I would say too, would have concerns about creating rights to relocations assistance of non-parties to the lease. I think that could create other kinds of problems that would also be of concern to landlords. So I appreciate that approach. And we'll, as I said, I think that's something we'll want to be sure we clarify in the information on the city's website about how we construe that and how it will be applied. So thank you.
Completed? Anybody else? Councilmember Barnacle? Okay, so ask the city clerk if we've received any public comment.
Yes, Vice Mayor, we received 4 public comments on this item prior to the meeting, which are posted online with the agenda packet.
Thank you very much. And to the moderator to read instructions for those on Zoom.
Yes, just as a reminder, during public comment, the public is invited to make comments on this specific agenda item. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. Members of the public attending in person should bring up their speaker cards if they have not already done so. Members of the public attending online should raise their virtual hand or press star 9 if participating by phone. Virtual attendees will be muted when their allotted time expires or when their comments have concluded, whichever comes first. Just as a reminder for all speakers, please be respectful. Threats of violence or obscenity are grounds for removal from this meeting, and we have simultaneous Spanish translation. Please make sure to speak clearly into the microphone and include pauses in between sentences.
Thank you very much. We're going to start with in-house Clayton Engstrom.
Thank you for indulging me. Member of the council, Clayton Engstrom, 43-year landlord in Petaluma, only in Petaluma. Happen to own a few rentals. I want to tell a story that I think this is a really bad policy, and kind of, I think it kind of misrepresents who our tenant pool is and what's going on. I just had a little 750 square foot house come up, 2 bedrooms, 1 bath, modest, nice, very nice. 4 applicants in 2 days. None of them made less than $125,000. One of them made many times my income. I asked, why aren't you guys buying? We don't want to buy. Nobody wants to buy. They want to rent for a period of time, and that's the way it is. Their life is going to be flexible. They just want to be carefree. They want to call the landlord when there's a problem. I think that this whole sort of situation and the way it came about does not reflect what the rental market is. And adopting policies predicated on emotion, which ignores the rental marketplace, will only add costs, therefore increasing rents. I looked up every other city in California which has adopted these types of policies. Aside from Vallejo, they all had rents 13.5% more than Petaluma. So I think if what you're trying to do is drive up rents, mission accomplished. So many speakers promoting this policy praise their landlords for not raising rents yearly. I'm one of those landlords. I'm a mom and pop. Your policy treats me like a corporate landlord. And well, if I'm treated that way, that's how I'm going to act. I will be raising all my rents. I await the updating of the required notices. I did also notice that the notices in Spanish were a page longer than the ones in English. And I would really appreciate it if somebody would get away from their graphic artist background and consolidate them into regular, like, legal notices so that we would have something concise to hand to our tenants. Right now, we're going to be handing 9 pages of disclosure to them. Happy to comply with whatever is necessary. I'm a real estate broker by trade. I deal with paperwork every day, but this is real. These are really poor notices. So this policy will cause landlords to go out of business, shrinking the inventory of rentals and driving up costs. And you can't expect to add costs to the process and expect to get rents for less. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Engstrom. Michael Titari. Michael, are you in the room?
Hi there. I'm Michael Tatone. I'm with the Sonoma County Tenants Union. You've heard from me before. I'm going to be brief. I hope that we get this ordinance passed, and I hope that we come back and we make it stronger. We close some of the loopholes that exist. I hope that we can make it easier for kids who have to deal with getting evicted during the school year. I hope that some of that trouble and pain and that can be traumatizing gets eased. And I think that, based on my experience working with tenants, I don't think that a lot of us make six figures. I think that a lot of us are in this situation because we can't afford to buy, and prices for homes are very, very, very high. Even low income. It almost raises a question of why we spend money building low income housing when it's still unaffordable for most people, and it's not really a solution to homelessness. Making renters' lives easier is a better investment than trying to build housing that is still going to be unaffordable at the end of the day. So I just want to thank you for doing all this work, hearing us out all this time, and I hope that it gets passed tonight. I hope that we come back, we do a rent registry, we try to make, we try to make this thing as powerful as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Morgan, is it Margolis?
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having us. My name is Morgan Margulies, and I am here today on behalf of Daily Acts, an environmental education nonprofit and long-term partner of the city in achieving its water, climate, and sustainability goals. Tonight's proposed adoption of the Residential Tenancy Protection Ordinance is in the best interest of our community. It is essential we continue to close loopholes and strengthen tenant protections against arbitrary evictions and retaliation. Housing justice is environmental justice. Displacement through rent hikes, uninhabitable living conditions, and arbitrary evictions make low-income folks more vulnerable to environmental catastrophes. Over the next 7 years, Petaluma will heavily invest in order to achieve its goals of greenhouse gas carbon neutrality by 2030. It is necessary that this investment is carried out in a way that uplifts our communities disproportionately affected by climate change impacts like drought, fire, flood, and heat. By strengthening tenant protections, Petaluma will be better equipped to pursue bold environmental action, such as building retrofits and landscape transformations, without inadvertently harming low-income residents. For these reasons, we join in support and thank you for taking action in pursuit of an equitable and just Petaluma.
Thank you very much. Diana Kingsbury?
Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here, and thank you so much for passing Just Cause, finally, permanent Just Cause protections. You'll be the leaders in the whole county on this issue, and it's going to save lives, I think. It'll reduce homelessness, it'll reduce childhood trauma, and it'll help the environment in so many ways, as Morgan said. I'm thrilled to be here with so many tenants who have come, even after 2.5 years of fighting, are still here to celebrate this amazing victory for our community. So thank you again so much. I do want to let you know that there are even more folks outside of this room who couldn't be here, so it just really emphasizes the importance of this win. One of the people who I invited to this sort of victory party / city council meeting said, I would love to, but I moved to PA so I could keep a roof over my head. This person went to SRJC and SSU. They worked in the wine industry and the tourism industry, which, as we all know, are really fundamental to our economy. But they were locked out and had to move 3,000 miles away in order to find housing. And they said, I have some dear friends who are still there, who have contributed mightily to the economy, who are struggling to find a place to live. They're in their 70s, and they're having trouble finding a place to live for anything less than $4,000 per month. As we prevent more people from being evicted unjustly, it prevents those people from having to compete for other rental units. So this will help overall. I'm really excited too that we have a new sort of burgeoning implementation tracking team among our leaders who are really interested in making sure that this ordinance is as successful as possible. So we'd love to work with the city in terms of making sure that we're keeping track of who is being affected by the ordinance, good or bad, and really making sure that when there are amendments made, that they're well informed by the data. Also, I wanted to thank you all for your attention and your care and thought that you've put into this over the last several months. And I really encourage you, if you haven't gotten the chance, if you're ever faced with some landlord saying, things that just don't sound quite right, we have produced a myth-busting document that you can refer to that has a lot of citations inside of it, which should help you feel confident in your decision today. So thank you so much again. I really look forward to celebrating this and being able to tell all of your constituents about the amazing work and the amazing thing that you've done to help the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Blake Hooper.
Thank you, council members. I wanted to also thank you for your vote tonight. As many of you saw at the Gen H Housing Summit, the situation in Sonoma County, especially Petaluma, is very clear. The renters in our communities are teachers, they're home care workers, they're public safety officers, and they're working young professionals, and most of all, they're parents. They are not people who are renting because it's flexible. They're renting because it's a necessity, and they're working very hard just to stay here. This policy doesn't solve the problem, but it gets the process started at a critical time. You're not taking a radical action, you're taking a pragmatic and necessary one. Thank you very much for your vote tonight, and thank you for listening to all of us throughout this.
Maddie Hirschfeld, thank you very much.
Good evening, council members and city manager. Nice to see you all. Maddie Hirschfield, I'm representing the North Bay Labor Council. I don't want to repeat a lot of what's been said, but I do want to thank you all because I know that you all have put a great deal of thoughtful energy into this, and we appreciate that. We ask that you do this. I mean, these are mostly low-wage workers who are dealing with these kinds of situations, evictions and so forth. So we want to protect them, and we want to care for them, and we want to not uproot their lives. I don't mean in any way to diminish the comments of the landlord prior, but I think I heard him say that if you do this, we'll lose rentals. And you all probably, well, some of you weren't here then, but probably remember the late nights that we spent here passing minimum wage. And the cry then was that businesses were going to close and leave town because of minimum wage. That has not happened. So I support you in doing the right thing, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Maddie. Sunny?
Good evening, council members and staff. I am a supervising attorney at Legal Aid of Sonoma County, but more importantly tonight, I am a resident of Southeast Petaluma. I was a renter up until a couple months ago, but now I'm very lucky to be a homeowner here. And I just really want to thank you for the work that you guys have done to bring us to this point, and I really urge you to adopt this ordinance tonight. Tomorrow, we will tell you what else we would like to see to make sure that tenants are protected and really have equity in this community. But tonight, I just want to say thank you, and I want to urge you to adopt this ordinance. This is so important to ensure that Petaluma remains an inclusive community, that the daycare that my kids go to, that the teachers who can't afford to live in Petaluma will be able to live in Petaluma, that those who do will be able to remain in Petaluma, that the school that my son will go to next year that is still trying to staff up its aftercare program so that working parents like me can send their kids to school, that they'll be able to draw staff to that program so that this school community and this community can thrive. So I just really want to thank you for your work on this, and I want to urge you to adopt this. And then tomorrow we'll come back and ask for new things. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunny. Margaret DeMeo? This is the last speaker card for in-house.
The last speaker card.
For in-house.
Good evening, City Council and staff. Margaret Tomadio, Legal Aid of Sonoma County's Housing Policy Attorney. I've been really excited to be here tonight. I'm not always that excited to be here on a Monday night, but this week we've been really looking forward to it because, and that's nothing personal, it's just a long night usually, but anyhow, we are ready to adopt this ordinance and move on in Petaluma with stability for renters who are the people that we're all here in support of. This is a momentous occasion. I want to thank you all for your time, your consideration, city staff especially. I'm really just here to say thank you because I might not be able to say thank you for some time on this issue. We do want to come back and see some amendments, but let's celebrate and see how this ordinance does at protecting renters, and know that my colleague Diana and I are working on a implementation tracking project so that we can keep track of the no-fault evictions and see if this ordinance is doing what it's designed to do, and we'll report back to you. Okay, so we will be back, but for now, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Margaret. Jojo Oliver.
Good evening. This is, here we are again. First, I'd like to say thank you to everyone that put in the time for both in public comments and also behind the scenes to make this a reality. Me personally, this is not something that's going to directly benefit me, directly personally, but it will benefit other people who are not in the fortunate position that I'm in, where I don't have to be all that worried about an eviction. That's just not something that, not a reality that I face, but it is a reality that other people face, and they really shouldn't have to. One thing that I thought was kind of curious, it was that the median rent, from everything that I've seen, sits at around $2,500 a month, I believe, somewhere around there. But even then, even if it's over $2,000, a minimum wage worker with the current $17 an hour wage is bringing home about $2,900 a month. So from a perspective of a renter, if you're paying more than 25% of your monthly income in your housing, you are underwater. You are one bad thing happening from not being able to pay your rent, from likely getting an eviction notice. So, and that's a lot. If you haven't lived under that pressure, or if you have at some point in your life and it's been a long time, you may have lost touch with that, but it does negatively impact your health. And real quick on the subject of health, Providence, and you may have already heard, wants to close down the birthing center. That's its own separate problem, and I'm not going to get too much into the detail on that. But one of the things that they are saying is like, one of their excuses is, we can't hire someone to run this. We can't hire OBs to work at Petaluma Valley. And it's more specific that we can't hire them for the amount that we want to pay. But either way, you have people coming in with medical debt from student loans. They can't pay $2,500 a month in rent for what Providence wants to pay them. And then you look at other people too, and they're nurses. We're closely connected to the medical community in this area, and not the doctors, but the people that do the majority of the work at the hospital. They can't afford to live here. So this is something that we're going to need to address. And this is a step forward. It's an important step forward, but we're going to have to do more, because at some point, all of us are going to need doctors, nurses, teachers. Those are all things that we're going to need, whether we want to believe it or not. So that's all I've got for you. Thank you again for all of your time and effort, and I look forward to going forward with everyone else.
Thank you very much, Jojo. We could go to the moderator.
Yes, Vice Mayor, we have 12 attendees and 1 hand raised. Isaiah Gonzalez, please unmute.
Good evening, everyone. I apologize, I can't be there in chambers with you guys. We were, but I want to say thank you so much to the city council members who have poured their time and energy into understanding and discussing these issues. For anyone who is listening, watching, or rewatches these, I've said it before previously that I am a child of renters, that I am a renter myself. I've experienced eviction as the child, and some of you may know who my parents are and know the situation that they're going through right now. And I want to say thank you to the community, to everybody who has put in public comment on this issue and shined the light on the hostility that exists between landlords and renters. And I want to apologize and thank the gentleman who pointed out that some of our rhetoric may vilify landlords. And I want to apologize personally because that's not my intent when I speak to you guys, but it is where my heart is coming from because of my lived experience. And because there are circumstances created out there by landlords that are so horrible and are so vile that are making you guys look bad. And I'm so excited and so looking forward to continuing to address this issue because, as we've stated over and over again, it is so important and so widely impacting not just Petaluma, but everybody as a whole. So thank you guys. I'm excited about the future. I'm excited about creating equity and redistributing the power balance.
Thank you very much. I'm going to bring it back to the council.
Actually, Vice Mayor, I'm sorry. We had 3 additional hands
okay, great.
raised. So
Perfect.
I am now going to call on Angelina Soldatos. You may now speak, Angelina.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Angelina Soldatos, and I represent the California Apartment Association. We strongly oppose this misguided ordinance. I thank the city attorney, however, for addressing the concern brought forth in section 6.60.080 in terms of relocation payments. I do ask that the city staff clarify and explicitly state the relocation payments are one payment per household. This is to ensure that housing providers are not targeted to provide $9,000 multiplied by however many individuals may be occupying the unit. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And our next speaker is Caroline. Caroline, you may now unmute and speak.
Good evening. This is Caroline Gavriloff from Westgate Real Estate and Westgate Property Management in Petaluma. Thank you all tonight. Sounds like we are moving forward with the ordinance as read, but I do want to provide the council with an update since you guys have put out this ordinance. There is some comments in regards to whether landlords will be taking their properties off the market. And I'm happy to continue to provide updates on where our residential housing providers are. But currently I am in the process of having 7 units taken off the market as we speak because of the council's movement towards these kinds of tenant protections. The owners that I'm working with are looking at investing in other areas. They don't want to be in an environment where they're told what they can and cannot do. These have been long-term housing providers as well as employers in Petaluma, all of which have agreed for me to provide you with their names and phone numbers if you wish. If you guys move forward with any kinds of amendments, I hope that you speak with the housing providers in Petaluma. We're happy to provide you with updated data of what is actually happening on the grounds in Petaluma. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you. And we have, looks like one more speaker, Noah. Noah, you may unmute and begin speaking.
Can you hear me?
Can you begin speaking, Noah?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Noah, and I speak with the gratitude and urgency to the adoption of this ordinance. I speak as someone who has answered the calls of frightened tenants worried their whole lives will be upended by the unjust threat of eviction. I speak as a young person whose peers are questioning their ability to stay in the communities that raised them. And I speak to you as a member of a generation who watched every promise of material security and stability broken before we could understand the systemic culprits at large. This is a necessary beginning to a long process of mending our dire housing situation countywide. And like many said before, housing solutions must prioritize tenants to live up to their names as solutions, not as lip service. To everyone who made this happen, you have my deepest thanks. To every speaker, every tenant, every canvasser, everyone who took a moment of their time and energy. Take this moment now to experience the collective gratitude for your efforts. To those who question the necessity of this ordinance, I simply say look around and imagine every person that ensured your basic needs were met, that you had food and water, there were people to teach your children, that you had a community where you did not have to ask how long you could stay. Imagine if every one of those people disappeared tomorrow. What would you do? Truly, what would you do? To those that spoke before and spoke to the idea that these investment decisions might be threatened, what would you do if that reality came to be? Because investment decisions are just that, investment decisions. Real lives hang in the balance. And this is how we ensure a truly just and equitable future beyond statements, beyond words. This is the first of many necessary actions. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor, there are no more hands raised.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to close the public comment, and I'm going to bring it back to the council. And I think nobody had any questions, so I'll bring it to the city attorney.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Just to reiterate, the staff recommendation is to adopt the ordinance, but with direction to make the corrections I mentioned to section 6.60.030B2 to correct the specified notice, as I indicated in my remarks, and to section 6.60.070B to correct the text to indicate to whom notice should be given, namely to the tenant household and city housing manager. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So I just wanted to raise once again this issue that I raised the last time around, which is the thought of means testing the relocation assistance. And I thought Mr. Engstrom's comments were enlightening in this regard in two different ways. First, and more obviously, that people who are renting, especially single-family detached houses in this town, are not necessarily low income or in need of relocation assistance. And second, and a little bit more subtly, you might recall my interaction with the assistant city manager at the last meeting on this issue, and Mr. Cochran basically said that that would be too complicated. Staff didn't know how it could be implemented. But what Mr. Engstrom's comments pointed out, and if you think about it, it's obvious, is that rental applications contain information on the applicant's income. So it's right there. It's not something that we would have to go out and collect. So I don't know why we would be. I would suggest that we means tested at 120% of area median income, and anyone less than that could get what's in here, and I think anyone above that, based on the information and the rental applications that were turned in by the renters to the landlords, really don't need that level of assistance. So that would be my request for a change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Barnacle.
So my comment on that is that I think my concern would be that if we draw a line around the income or create that sort of a threshold, that creates a pretty strong disincentive to rent to people that are making below 120% of AMI because you're now subject to it. So I don't think we need to have a lot of discussion. Eric, do we need to read all of the amendments that you read, or can I say with the proposed amendments from the city attorney?
No, the reason I repeated them, besides just being tedious, was so that you wouldn't have to. So.
Great.
Thanks.
Okay. Well, then I'll make a motion to approve the ordinance with the amendments that our city attorney just summarized.
Is there a second? Councilmember Posake?
I'd like to second that.
Okay, with the motion with Councilmember Barnacle and second by Councilmember Posake, can we vote?
Barnacle,
Yes.
Cater Thompson. Yes. Healy,
No.
Now,
No.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-2 with Healy and Now voting no and McDonald recused.
Thank you very much. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
Mayor, we're just about at our 5-minute.
Okay, and now bringing the meeting back to order after our momentary break. We're on to the utility rate study, introductory presentation and discussion and direction on initial findings. And I'd like to invite Christopher Bolt, Director of Public Works, to lead off this item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and good evening again. Happy to be here tonight with Alex Handlers, Principal and Vice President from Bartle Wells and Associates. Tonight we're going to be going through an introductory presentation and overview of our water and sewer rate study. As you know, the last water and sewer rate study was completed in 2017. And at that time, we revamped our rate structure pretty significantly. And we're proposing this evening, as you'll see, to maintain that rate structure and basically make some adjustments. Next slide, please. So tonight's presentation begins with a background overview. We'll then discuss water and sewer systems, general water and sewer rates, some financial challenges that our water and sewer utilities face, our projected rates and the assumptions therein, a low-income discount program, and then we'll end with next steps and what happens next. So again, tonight's purpose is to discuss the findings and draft recommendations and receive input and direction from council. And on June 5th, we'll return with the full rate study document drafted and seeking direction on proceeding with a public hearing. Next slide, please. So a little bit of background. Water and sewer utilities are financially self-supporting enterprises, as we know, and sewer and water rates are the main source of funding that need to be adequate to fund the costs of providing services, including operations, maintenance, debt service, and any capital improvement needs. Our city serves roughly 20,300 accounts, and residential customers account for over 90% of our customers and roughly 2/3 of our water use in our community. Our water system, some quick highlights, has over 270 miles of water pipelines, 11 storage tanks and reservoirs, 9 booster pump stations, and water supply mostly is imported, as you know, from Sonoma County Water Agency and supplemented as needed by a small amount of groundwater pumped from city wells. Our wastewater system has over 190 miles of sewer collection pipelines and 9 sewer pump stations to essentially lift those into the Ellis Creek Water Recycling Facility for treatment. The effluent is either disposed to the Petaluma River during winter months, basically between November through April, or it is treated to higher regulatory standards, and we use it as recycled water, as we know, during dry season for landscaping and agricultural irrigation. Many of our facilities are approaching the end of their useful lives and need to be rehabilitated or replaced in future years. So risk mitigation is important and making sure that our community is well served. Next slide, please. So water sewer rates, a quick few points here, 4 different items. Our city has historically provided strong financial management by adoption of gradual annual rate increases most years. We last adopted, as I mentioned earlier, the 5-year rate increases in 2017 and restructured how we charge water and sewer rates. We also implemented rate structure modifications. Well, that's what I just mentioned. Sorry about that. Increases were temporarily deferred during the pandemic since 2020 and 2021. Typical residential bills are in the middle of the range, as we'll see in the next couple of slides, which Alex will highlight. Water rates are on the lower end of that range for the typical residential users. Sewer rates are in the middle range, and bills for low-use customers are in the lower to middle range. Prior rate increases put our water and sewer utilities on stronger financial footing, for sure. However, both utilities are facing increased costs for operations as well as some significant capital improvement needs that, of course, we discussed in our budget discussion here just recently. And this requires the continuation of gradual rate increases into the future. And with that, I'll turn it over to Alex.
Thank you. So this slide here shows a survey of water rates, water bills for a typical single-family home compared to many of your surrounding agencies out there. And you could see for typical single-family home, your water bills are on the lower end compared to a lot of the other agencies. The other thing I'll point out on this chart is that there are 2 colors to the graphs. The lower darker blue section represents the fixed monthly charge that customers pay, and the lighter section is the volumetric component, which of course varies based on each customer's usage. The next slide shows a similar chart for sewer rates, and there the Petaluma's sewer rates are right in the middle of the pack. You'll notice about half the agencies have solid dark green lines for their whole thing. That's because many agencies charge just a flat monthly charge for sewer service, so the customer has no control of the bill. But here in Petaluma, along with a handful of other agencies, you do have a significant volumetric component to your sewer rates, which is based on prior year winter water use to make sure you're not charging for water that's used for outdoor landscape irrigation. Next slide shows a combined survey for typical single-family home, and you're right in the middle of the pack. And on the next slide, we show a similar survey for a low-use customer. I'm going to estimate that roughly 25% of your customers, somewhere in that range, fall into this category. And we're just pointing out that low-use customers do benefit from the city's rate structure. There are some fixed charges, but there's a significant volumetric component where customers can control their bill. So your low-use customers are in the lower middle range, as Christopher mentioned, compared to the surrounding agencies out there. So this is really just for informational purposes. It seems like a lot of cities want to see how do we compare to the neighbors, but everyone really has to fund their own cost of service. Moving on to the next slide.
Let's pause for just a moment. Are the translators doing okay? Okay.
I'm trying to talk slow, so I normally I talk too fast. In terms of the rate study overview, we're building on what we did 5 years ago. We're not recommending any changes to the rate structure. There's no compelling reason to change things. We made a number of changes last time. However, you do need to continue your long-standing practice of these gradual annual rate increases as recommended to keep the revenues in line with your cost of service. What we did was develop 10-year financial projections for the water and the wastewater utilities. What we're doing is looking long-term, identifying all the funding needs, and trying to aim rates in the right direction as gradually as possible so you're getting the funding that you need over time, but at the same time, it's not like a large overnight rate spike for your customer base. So it's kind of the small, steady increases. We're also in this study recommending water shortage contingency plan rate adjustments is what we're calling them now. And these are additional rates that could be implemented at council's direction during water shortages corresponding with your urban water management plan water shortage levels. And the whole purpose there is to maintain the financial stability of the water and sewer enterprises during times when you need to significantly cut back water sales and water use, which hits both water and to a lesser extent the wastewater enterprise. I'll mention this rate study was a collaborative effort with city staff, working with finance and with public works. So we appreciate the input and guidance we've received along the way. I thought it was a great process. And we've been working with the city, not just in recent months, but this goes back to last fall when we really started the study. And the final thing I'll just mention is that, our finding is thanks to the city's historical stewardship of the utilities, your water and sewer enterprises are in good shape. However, you are facing financial challenges and you need to keep it moving in the right direction to keep the financial stewardship going for the operating and capital needs of your systems. I'll turn it back over to Christopher.
Thank you very much, Alex. As we know, our utilities do face some financial challenges, mostly on the capital improvement needs front. We won't go into details on the various capital projects, but we'll provide just this quick overview. We are currently working on a trifecta of 3 different master plans: the water distribution system master plan, the sewer collection master plan, as well as a recycled water master plan called an Integrated Water Master Plan, IWMP. These have already informed our capital needs, and additional data is being collected and will be presented to council later this year and probably into fiscal 2024. So the purpose is to replace, of our capital projects is to replace aging infrastructure, address various deficiencies. We definitely want to expand our recycled water system and improve our system reliability, mitigate hazards, and support safe and reliable operations for our community. Our capital improvements have been prioritized and spread over future years to the maximum extent possible. So some initial calculations we made required debt service, basically issuing bonds in order to get capital projects completed. However, our staff took a long, hard look at the timing of various projects, and we're able to push those out into the future to minimize the need for any debt issuance. In doing so, we were trying to be very realistic on the timing of various projects. High priority capital funding needs over the next 5 years are as follows. For our water system, approximately $54 million, of which we have an estimated grant funding of $22 million. So a net funding requirement of about $33 million. Wastewater has $70 million of needs, and that excludes major future rehab upgrade of Ellis Creek that you see out closer to 2030. We're anticipating the need for some major upgrades to our plant facility as it approaches its 20 to 25 year life cycle, which is fairly customary in the industry and a best practice. We don't yet know what those costs are, but our staff is beginning to look at that in the next couple of years as part of our capital planning effort. So it's illustrative and aspirational at this point, but we definitely need to basically put it on the map for discussion and exploration. The recycled water system, you may have heard us talk about our aspirational goal of having zero discharge and being able to store and process all discharge from Ellis. And expanding our recycled water system is a high priority. So we're estimating $42 million with grant funding, an astounding $19 million, which is fabulous. Our team's really been hard at work, and a net funding requirement of $23 million. And you'll see here a footnote that those are split somewhat between 77% wastewater and 23% water. The rationale for that, which will be explained in the full study, is basically agricultural recycled water is up 100%, currently by methodology 100% on the wastewater fund, but certain projects that expand our urban system and have potable offsets are somewhat allocated, sometimes 50-50, sometimes 70-30, to our water system as a benefit for water conservation efforts. So the weighted average basically comes out to the 77-23 split. So lastly, our city's successful in obtaining grant funding. I just want to highlight that. We have a lot to be proud of there. And we continue to seek additional grant funding, leaving no stone unturned. Thank you. I'll turn it back to you, Alex.
Thank you. So those capital needs are really, I think, a major driver of the funding needs and the rate increases, but there's more. Obviously, you get most of your water from Sonoma County Water Agency, and their wholesale rates are rising. They've already adopted the equivalent of a 9.4% increase this upcoming July 1 for the wholesale water through the Petaluma Aqueduct. And even though they haven't formally adopted rates for future years yet, our understanding is anticipation is that there need to be some similar level of rate increases in future years. Now, the way the city's rates work is you pass through their actual rate increase on a dollar-for-dollar basis. So even though we're projecting higher rate increases, you're just going to pass through what the actual increases are. And on top of that, cost inflation. The city faces cost inflation just like everyone else out there. And in fact, cost inflation for utilities has historically been higher than what people think of as CPI for buying, chicken and rent and bread and milk. Anything from, electricity costs going up a lot, chemicals, staffing, insurance costs. So the city also passes through an annual inflation adjustment for CPI because you got to keep your rates at least up with cost inflation just to tread water and make sure you're not falling behind. So those are what we see as the major financial challenges. And moving on to the next slide, it just shows a graph of historical and projected wholesale rates from Sonoma County Water Agency. They've always attempted to do the same thing that the city has with small gradual rate increases each year. However, what they're looking at is maybe a little bit steeper uphill rates in over the next 5 years. On the next slide, based on the projections that we put together and honed with staff and kind of went back and forth a number of iterations to, try to minimize the rate increases, what we're recommending is a series of rate increases that have a few components. Number one is the underlying city base rate increase. So this is elevating the rates. On the water side, the recommendation is for 2.5% per year annual base rate increases. On top of this, what the city would do starting next year is a pass-through, like they've historically done, the same approach for inflation, and also a pass-through for wholesale water rate increases, but those only affect the water consumption charges. On the next slide, I don't like showing a table with so many numbers, but we just wanted to point out a few things about the rates. One, particularly, I think we've got some new council members, and it's been a long time since we've delved into the details on the rates. But on this slide, a few key points. Your water rates include two components. There's the fixed charges that are paid irrespective of usage. For residential customers, it's a flat rate per type of dwelling unit. For non-residential customers, it's based on meter size. The larger your meter, the more demand you put on the system, the higher the charge. It's related to the meter capacity of each meter size. And then there's the water consumption charges, the usage-based charges. Single-family residential customers are a homogeneous group. Again, it's about 90% of your customer base. They pay according to a 4-tiered rate structure that was realigned based on the city's water usage patterns from the last rate study. And all other customers pay a uniform rate, which also is a conservation rate. The other customers don't get the benefit of the lowest tiers, but also they don't pay the higher tiers as they use more and more water. it's very difficult to come up with an equitable method of coming up with tiers for non-residential customers, particularly folks with larger meter sizes. And then you also have temporary water rates, and these are for folks who are not ongoing members of your water system who have paid connection fees. They pay higher charges to reflect the temporary usage of capital facilities. This next slide on the table shows the proposed water rate impacts on the next slide. And these are projected increases. The first year increase, that's reflected in the proposed rate structure, but the future years are just projections because we don't know what the city's going to implement in terms of the wholesale rate pass-throughs and inflation pass-throughs. So what we're trying to do here is show what the total impact to rates might be for customers in future years to give them a realistic sense of where the bills might go. So you can see on the top table here, there's the underlying base rate increases of 2.5% per year. This first year, we're limiting the inflation rate increase to 3%, even though we know inflation's been a little bit higher, with a projection of what it might be in future years, and also showing what the wholesale rate increase is projected to be. We know what the first year is. That's baked into the rates, but the future years are projections. So on the water side, you're looking at average increases of a little over 8% per year. Just mentioning the city always has the flexibility to implement something lower if you go out 4 years and it turns out you were in a stronger financial position. And on the bottom of this chart, we're showing what the projected monthly water bills would look like for a single-family home with low use, average use, and moderate high use. And again, this accounts for all the projected rate increases, including future inflation and wholesale rate increases. And I won't go into all the numbers. On the next slide, this shows kind of graphically what's included in the financial projections. The bars are showing the annual expenses for different types of expense categories, and that red line cutting through there is showing the projected revenues with the proposed rate increases. And one thing you'll notice is that there are some years where the expenditures exceed the revenue line. And I'll mention a few things are happening there. One is you're going to be drawing down some fund reserves while still maintaining a prudent level of fund reserves. You do have a little excess fund reserves on the water side that can be applied to capital projects and will be applied to capital projects. Number two is, as was mentioned, the city's been successful and continues to go after grant funding, so that's going to help fund a chunk of those near-term funding needs. But at some points in time, it looked like the capital funding needs exceeded what the city's rates were able to fund on an annual basis. So we built in some hypothetical future debt financing. This is not in the outer years, and you'd be reevaluating before you did any debt, whether you actually needed to do it and how much in future years. But it is built into the projections just to make sure the city was able to fund all its funding needs from the capital improvement program.
Thank you. I'll just add a comment here. With fiscal years 23, 24, and 24, 25, you see those large gray bars, which indicate grant-funded capital. But some of those projects that will be drawing down reserves include our water main replacements on projects like Payran and Madison, Howard Street, D Street, and Hardin Tank recoating, La Cresta Tank, as well as the AMI project, which is largely grant-funded, but it is a significant project that may require some match during the installation phase of the project. So it all ties to our streets program blended with utility needs as well. So some heavy drawdown of projects that are currently in design right now. Thank you, Alex.
Thanks. Yeah, and on the next slide, we go into the wastewater rates. So a similar story there. We developed the projections. We're trying to aim for gradual, steady rate increases. On the wastewater side, the rate increases include two components. One is the underlying base city rate increases proposed 2% annual rate increases each year for the next 5 years. And in addition to that, there would be the inflationary pass-through adjustments that would take place each year. On the next slide, it shows the details of the sewer rates. And again, you have fixed charges and volumetric charges, a combination of both. As I mentioned, the volumetric charges for residential customers is based on prior year winter water use, where the city looks at the 2 lowest use months and uses an average of those months for determining sewer bills. And that really sets a cap on what the sewer bill is, because if there's ever a month later in the year when someone goes on vacation or they use less water, they would actually pay less. So it's the lower of actual use or the winter use. City trying to be fair and make sure people are only paying for what actually goes into the sewer system. So the first year rates on the proposed rate chart include the first year inflation adjustment of limited to 3%, but the future year rates are only the base rates, and the city would be adjusting those in future years based on actual inflation. What's being proposed to be authorized is that there be a maximum allowance of passing through the consumer price index for the SF Bay area as a maximum. The city can always do something less if financial situation warrants. On the next slide, again, showing the rate increases to try to give the full picture impact of where rates are going. On the wastewater side, we're looking at rate increases in the 4 to 5% percentage each year, all in. And on the bottom of the chart here, again, it shows what the projected rates are for a low-use customer, an average-use customer, and a moderate-high customer. And moving on to the next slide, again, a similar chart trying to graphically show the financial projections. And on the wastewater side, it's a little bit more complicated. There's just, again, the expenditures and for the different color of the bars, the red line being the revenues. And again, you'll see a number of years where the expenses exceed the revenues. Well, one of the things that's happening there is the grant funding. And the second thing that the city would be doing is drawing down some capital reserves. And particularly on the sewer side, there's been, I think, the level of capital expenditures in recent years, the projects haven't been rolled out as quickly as anticipated. So the city has built up some fund reserves, which is good because you're going to need them. A lot of projects are, I guess, the design's completed or are under design right now. And there are a lot of high priority needs the city anticipates funding over the next few years. So that would be the first thing. Use grant funding and fund reserves. Again, keeping a prudent level of fund reserves after you draw down a bunch to fund a chunk of those projects. But even after that, it appeared there would be a need for some limited debt financing over the next 5 years. Again, it's hypothetical. You'll cross that bridge when you get there and reevaluate what, if any, debt financing needs there are. It really depends on how quickly the project expenditures are rolling out.
Thank you, Alex. I'll just add some examples of some of the capital projects within the next 2 to 3 year picture is why we see those peaks in fiscal years 23, 24 and 24, 25. One of those is the PIPs, force main replacement blended with high capacity pump upgrades. And then also some upgrades at C Street pump station. So all told, that represents $20 to $25 million in capital projects that is currently in design and represents a big expenditure. We also have 2 big projects at Ellis Creek right now, the outfall replacement and then chemical system upgrades representing between those two about a $10 million capital investment. And then lastly, just like with water distribution needs, we have at Payran and Madison, Howard Street, D Street, we have some sewer main replacement projects that tie in with our street improvement capital plan. So that does represent a huge and quick drawdown of some of the reserves to make those happen. Some are grant funded, as you see in the graph. Others are not. Thank you, Alex.
Thanks, yeah. And in the long run, this isn't necessarily hitting the rate increases for the next 5 years, but as was mentioned, your sewer treatment plants has some aging components, likely will need some major reinvestment in the outer years, after the next 5 years. So that has been factored in here, substantial funding. And for sometimes when you have these large, temporary, elevated capital needs, that's really kind of a strategic time that debt might make sense. Our general preference, if it's ongoing capital needs for pipeline replacements and things like that, over the long run, that those would be built into an ongoing pay-as-you-go funding stream. But certainly if you have, 100, 200 million, whatever, of treatment plant upgrades that you need to fund, that would be a good candidate for going after some low-cost debt financing and grants as well. And the city has been successful historically in getting low-cost funding from the State Revolving Fund Loan Financing Program. Right now, the rates on that program are 1.9% for 30-year financing, so less than inflation. We don't know what the rates are going to be in future years, but if and when there comes a time for substantial funding needs, you'd go after grants and low interest rate funding from State Revolving Fund Loan. And then also some more kudos to the city. I'll point out, even though State Revolving Fund loans have low interest rates, periodically municipal tax exempt interest rates might even be lower, such as in recent years when we had the, close to all-time historic lows. So the city did take advantage of those low rates and actually refunded some of its prior State Revolving Fund loans for significant financial savings. So city's taken advantage of that, and of course that can happen again in the future. Who knows when? Moving on to the next slide. This slide is really meant to show an all-in impact. We've got some water rate increases in the 8% range. We've got some sewer rate increases in the 4.5% to 5% range. What are the bills going to look like for most of your residential customers? So here we show the low-use customer on the top part of the graph, typical use in the middle, and kind of a higher use, a little bit higher use customer on the bottom. All in, it works out to be an average of roughly 6% annual rate increases each year on average. Some years a little more, some years a little bit less. And again, this includes the base rate increases plus projections of 9% future wholesale water rate increases from Sonoma County Water Agency and estimates of future CPI pass-throughs. So we do expect that your overall bill is going to remain in the middle range compared to all the other regional agencies. That's because they're also looking at similar financial challenges. Some of them are in the middle of multi-year rate increases. Other ones we know are in process of raising rates right now, and some pretty significantly. The next thing we wanted to talk about is the water shortage contingency plan rate adjustments. Again, these are, Christopher, please.
Next slide, please. Thanks.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm looking here where it's, we may be one slide ahead. But as I mentioned, these are on top of the regular rate increases, temporary additional adjustments that are meant to support the financing needs during time when there's significant cutbacks in water sales. And what happens if you go into a level 3 water shortage and your water use has to be cut back 30%, your water sales go down, you're losing a lot of revenues there. At the same time, you're offsetting some of your expenditures. You don't have to buy wholesale water for those units of water. On the wastewater side, you don't have to treat that level of wastewater, so you save on electricity and chemicals. So this is really meant to make up for the net difference between the lost revenues and the reduced expenses so that you can continue funding all your operating and capital needs that you need to do. So the goal is of these rates is to get it on the books through the Prop 218 process so you have the authority to phase in these additional rate adjustments as needed and as based on council direction as a drought develops and worsens, or as one completes and phases out. So we want to get the authorization in there so that you can do this if and when needed. We've done this with some other agencies, and they may not have used it for many years, but when the time came, they were very thankful they had it on the books so they didn't, run large deficits year after year. Next slide. We show what these adjustments are, and again, we're proposing them both on the water side and also on the wastewater side, because the wastewater enterprise would also be hit, and you can see the level of adjustments there. So for example, for a level 4 adjustment on the water side, where there's up to a 40% cut back in required reduction in water use, there'd be a maximum rate adjustment of 27% on the volumetric side that could equal $1.43 on the water consumption charges. And, similar type of concept of charges on the wastewater side. These charges, these adjustments, I should say, that are shown here are applicable for rates effective September 1, 2023. So that's the first rate adjustment. And they would also adjust in future years as the city passed through its wholesale water rate increases and inflationary rate adjustments. On the next slide.
Alex, if I could just add something. Just want to point out that these are optional and just give council the authority to implement up to those maximum rates. So council could choose, if they felt reserves were adequate, to not invoke any of the adjustments during a drop period. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, that's accurate. On the next slide, a couple of the things we just wanted to touch on briefly is a discount program and economic hardship programs. And for that, I'm sorry if I haven't been talking directly in the microphone. For that, there are a couple of programs. One is a relatively new program. It's a federally funded program that's being administered through the state of California. The city has signed up to participate and already has benefited from this program. A number of your customers have benefited. This is the Low Income Household Water Assistance Program. LEWAP, I guess, is what it may be referred to. But the goal there is to really help customers based on income eligibility who have had trouble paying bills during COVID and trouble paying future bills, to make sure that if their water's been shut off, it gets restored, and make sure that it doesn't get shut off if they have economic hardship and difficulty paying the bills. There is now some information on the city's website about this program, and folks can contact the city's water department as well to learn more, see if they're eligible and how they can participate. And on top of that, the city has not historically had a low-income discount program of its own. Many agencies don't, but some do. So on the next slide, we just wanted to mention that the city is in the process of evaluating a customer assistance program for folks based on economic hardship. The goal is for eligibility is not that the city is going to be delving into people's tax returns, but if you're eligible for the PG&E Care Program, Recology Care Program, or potentially some other federal and state assistance programs, that would automatically qualify you for a city program. The details are in the process of being worked out, but the goal is to come back with a detailed program and have it go into effect so it's up and running when the rate increases would start kicking in on September 1, 2023. An additional city-funded program, and I'll mention under California law, you can't fund this, you can't have some people's rates pay more to subsidize discounts for other folks. So the funding on this would have to come from the city's general fund. That being said, it doesn't have to be a huge amount of general fund contribution that could provide a meaningful discount for a number of customers who do face economic hardship here in the city. So moving on to the next slide, just to summarize, I know we've covered a lot, and we're trying to talk in measured tones. So sorry if this is taking a little time, but just to summarize, on the water rates, what's being proposed, underlying city rate increases of 2.5% per year for the next 5 years, along with the continuation of the city's historical practice of additional inflationary rate adjustments and annual adjustments for Sonoma County Water Agency wholesale water rate pass-throughs. On the wastewater side, proposing 2% city rate increases, plus there would be the annual inflationary rate adjustments. We're proposing adoption or consideration of new water shortage contingency plan rate adjustments to support financial stability during droughts and significant water shortages. Again, to give the city council flexibility to do that, but get the authorization through the Prop 218 process. And finally, just wanted to notify folks about the existing LEWAP low-income funding program for water and sewer rate discounts, and also we'll be coming back to the city with a proposed program for city consideration to get that in effect at the same time the rate increases start.
Thank you, Alex. So just to close our discussion this evening, our next steps, next slide, please. There we go. Thank you. Are to receive input and own our recommendations as needed this evening. We can present our revised recommendations in our draft report on June 5th to council for consideration. And then at that point, we'll be receiving or seeking direction to move forward with a Proposition 218 process, which is listed here, sending notice to the proposed rates to all property owners and customers. That will be mailed before June 23rd in order to make an August 7th proposed hearing, as you see in the next major bullet point there. We would hold the public hearing 40 days after those notices are mailed on that date. And just a note that rates are subject to majority protest, which means the city cannot take action if written protests are received for more than 50% of the parcels. So lastly, if adopted, our new rates are proposed to become effective starting September 1st, 2023, and on July 1st of subsequent years. And as we slide, next slide please, into questions and discussion, I'll just share that Chelsea Thompson, our Deputy Director of Environmental Services, is on by Zoom and available to answer any questions along with the two of us. Thank you.
And thank you. I'd like to bring it up to council to see if anybody had any questions on the presentation. Start with Councilmember Pozeke.
Hi, I was a little confused just in terms of the yearly CPI adjustments, like it's 3% for this year. Those 2.5s, are they going to adjust based on what the actual CPI is, or is it the city's intent to limit them to about 2.5 regardless at this time?
Yeah, good question. The plan is to get authorization through the Prop 218 process to allow for these future annual pass-throughs. And on the inflationary side, what's being proposed is to authorize the city to do the annual pass-through adjustment in future years up to a maximum of what would be Bay Area CPI. So we're just projecting 2.5% rate increases. CPI may be a little higher, but you might not fully implement that. But it could be higher if the CPI is higher some years. Thanks. You'd have the ability to go a little bit higher.
Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, several comments and maybe a question or two. First, we seem to do a really good job of water and pricing, and we're heads above water, literally, so far. And we sort of need to advertise that and publicize that, yeah, we do a great job of collecting grant monies, and we have these projects in mind which are essential, especially pipes underground and the like. So with all these good things that we are doing, we need to inform the public maybe a little bit more where we're going on all that. Because let them feel that we're way above normal operations as the city goes when it comes to our water. Because a lot of folks don't know this. And they're still paying their water bills. Why is the water bill so high? Well, we are doing better than most. And I think getting this out to the public would be a really good idea. There is a couple concerns. Well, let's see. Let's start with this one. I know dealing with the having come from groundwater and how to use a recycled water and for groundwater recharge and the like in various ways, whether pumping it down, putting it in ponds, storing it, or using it in agriculture, especially in the winter time, since wintertime seems to be a critical part where we don't know where to put it, apparently. But there might be options there. We're already talking about pumping it into the groundwater for recharge. And I would think even recycled water would be a possibility for that. I'm not sure if we could get if the law, legal stuff would allow that or not. And it just seems like when we're talking about the recycled water, whether there was a using it in wintertime use or whether it was a capacity of putting it out there, and how that apparently there's a lot more wastewater in summertime. So apparently water is getting into the system that we need to get it out. And so it seems like there's also, it seems to be capacity, but we're solving that apparently with the new infrastructure that we are putting in. So that's again a good point that we have, that we need to advertise that we're working on. Now, when it comes down to the actual cost, what we're paying for water, there's a couple little bits and pieces of the data that you presented that get me a little worried sometimes. So one of the facts that came up first in the slides was 90% of the people, the residents, use 2/3 of the water. That means 10%, mostly commercial, industrial probably, use 1/3 of our water. But looking at your charts and things, it seems like the way the structure is, the 10% that are using 1/3 of the water are not paying 1/3 of all the fees. They're paying much less than 1/3 of all the fees. That's what it just appears to me if I'm looking at the data correctly. So I would think it'd be more appropriate if we have high water users, 10% using 1/3 of our water, they should be paying more per water use. They should be paying at least 1/3, maybe even half of our total water bill, to be fair, if they're using that much water compared to the residents. So it's like we seem to be slanted toward commercial and high water uses a little bit, but you can explain that a little bit. And then going down further in other charts that you were showing that low water users using 2 and 4 in water use in recycled water and wastewater, and you triple high-end users. We're using triple the amount of water and wastewater usage, but getting charged not even double what the low-end users are using. So again, there's like, oh, if you're a high-end user, there's a benefit to being a little bit more higher use because the water per unit, you're paying less per unit or total of your usage than you are for the lower-end users. So again, it just feels like it's a little unfair that if you're a well-to-do and a high water user, you're not paying your fair share in that case. But from the data, I'm just seeing that from the data, that's what appears to me, looking at all this data. So you may have a different take on that, but it just feels that way. And we really need to be, if you're using 3 times the water from a low water user to a high water user, you should be paying at least 3 times, if not 4 times, what the lower end water users are using. So so that if you, and sort of like, if you're using that much water, think about trying to reduce more. So there's a higher cost. It seems to be a lower cost for higher water users than it is for the low end. And the way it's structured is historical, I think, but we need to maybe rethink that. I'm not sure. So I'll let you answer those questions or comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Shribs. I'll start. I heard 4 main questions. One was about aquifer storage. The second was about recycled water and capacity and some of the factors there. And then you had a question about commercial users. And lastly, with residential high-end users, 3 to 4 times more basically incentives to, encourage them to use less, if I understand correctly. So the first question you asked about aquifer storage feasibility is actually a grant there's a grant we've received, and we will be embarking on that study here shortly. And I can have Chelsea Thompson speak to that here in a moment. We're really excited to actually be exploring that. So the second point about recycled water is during the wet season, it's a supply and demand issue. People don't need water. Agricultural users don't need it. So the name of the game is storage. And so if it isn't being discharged into the river, where do we put it? That ties to the first question a bit about aquifer storage possibilities, but also requiring or incentivizing agricultural users to have on-site storage for, basically ponds to take the water during wet season would create an aggregate storage network, essentially. We have some of that now, which is great to have. Otherwise, we're basically exploring right now as part of our master planning regional storage options and possibilities, a possible restoration of certain areas just places we could put recycled water, besides what we mentioned a moment ago about an aquifer storage. Chelsea, did you want to add anything to that if I could call on you?
Yeah, I think you covered it really well. We did receive a DWR grant this last year for $450,000 to do a feasibility study for aquifer storage and recovery, and we kicked off that study in April and are just getting underway. And that will look at not only the feasibility of storing Russian River water underground for later extraction, but also looking at the possibility of recharge of stormwater and also a potential injection of stormwater for direct potable reuse.
Thank you. So with recycled water production, especially during drought periods, our tertiary upgrades project basically increases the ability of Ellis to, by about 30% more, recycled water production. So that's an amazing thing to have, and we're excited to finish that project. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Alex, to address the other questions.
And very good question about the equity issue, because this is one that periodically comes up. And I will say, from our perspective, the rates are fair and equitable. Your large commercial customers, whether they're schools or hospitals or industrial, they are paying their share of water. They pay the same weighted average rate as your residential customers. So they don't get the benefit of the lowest tier. They also don't pay more in the higher tiers, but overall they're paying the same overall average rate. Now, I think what's being brought that comes up is when you have a fixed charge. So if someone only uses 1 unit of water, they still pay that fixed charge. Someone who uses 2 units of water pays that fixed charge plus, 2 volumetric components. So their overall bill is only a little bit higher than the person who uses 1 unit, even though they use 2 times the amount of water. And this is pretty common in the industry. Your water and sewer enterprises incur a lot of costs. A lot of costs are fixed costs. Just maintaining the readiness to serve and the capacity to serve. So all those sewer pipelines out there, if someone flushes their toilet 1 time or 1,000 times, those pipelines are already built and being maintained to support the infrastructure. So a lot of costs are fixed costs. So invariably, it's fair to have a fixed rate element. Very few agencies have 100% volumetric rates, where if you use 10 times as much, you pay exactly 10 times. Agencies that have done that have found that their finances are extremely subject to the ups and downs of annual water use, and in drought, some of those agencies have been hit pretty hard financially. So in the last rate study, there was actually an effort to slowly and gradually increase the fixed revenue component. But I do want to point out, even after that, your city's fixed charges are on the low end compared to most other agencies out there. Many agencies have 100% fixed sewer rates, for example, where regardless of whether you use 1 unit or 10 units, you pay that same amount for your sewer system capacity. But here in Petaluma, you've historically had a high level of volumetric usage-based revenue recovery, and we're not proposing any more changes to that, but we weren't proposing changes to go back the other way also with even more. So low-use customers, and from my perspective, actually benefit from the city's rate structure, although it is legitimate to point out that you're right. If someone uses twice as much, their bill isn't exactly twice as high because of that fixed rate component. So different legitimate perspectives, but I think you've struck a fairly healthy balance where you're getting, some adequate level of fixed revenue recovery while still giving customers substantial control over their bill.
And commercial rates.
Oh, and the commercial rates, as I mentioned, those, I believe those are fair on the water side and the wastewater side. Larger customers pay much higher fixed charges based on their meter size in proportion to meter capacity. And on the usage charges, on the water, they're paying that average unit cost that, is the weighted average of the residential side. And on the wastewater side, the commercial pay based on their wastewater strength. So if you have a high-strength customer, such as a restaurant, they're actually paying more per unit because it costs more to treat wastewater from a restaurant than it does from the wastewater from a laundromat or an office, which is lower in strength. So I hope I've addressed those, but I'll turn it back.
Good, thank you. So if maybe Chelsea can tell us a little bit about the future plans to get the conservation, especially in the high-end users, whether or not we're going to be making house calls to those and targeting them with the new AMI systems that are going into place. Will we also instigate a service like after inspection? So if we see higher-end users, will we be sort of like helping target those marketing conservation to those users? So I'd just like to hear from Chelsea how we're doing that.
Yeah, right now we're just in the planning phases of figuring out how to work with the commercial industrial facilities. It's not as straightforward as Alex has mentioned to get conservation and to set incentives for commercial and industrial because the water use varies so drastically from each commercial and industrial facility to the next. The State Water Board and the Department of Water Resources are working on implementing best management practices and goals for commercial industrial facilities to achieve, and the city will be responsible for complying with those regulations once they come out. So we'll be looking forward to that. And in the interim, we have been discussing options such as working with a consultant to do highly specialized audits for some of these industrial and commercial users that have significantly high water use. And then also looking at other types of incentive programs that we can use to target, some of the largest water users.
Thank you, Councilman Healy.
Thank you. So my questions and comments are really in 4 areas. And the first one, back in December, we authorized the installation of floating solar at Ellis Creek, and there were estimates of cost savings for Ellis Creek, I believe, that went well into the millions of dollars over the life of that project. And I don't want you to respond to this now, but I want you to go back and check and make sure that those cost savings are reflected in what you're presenting to us. The second one, if we could go back to the slide that was page 10 and put that up for a second.
Sonoma County.
Thank you. So my question had to do on the recycled water piece and the italicized language near the bottom that allocating 77% to wastewater and 23% to water. This is something I've said many times over the last couple decades, which is that I think recycled water programs need to be cost effective from the ratepayer perspective. And sometimes I feel that is in one ear and out the other. So I don't know what additional programs we're looking at down the road beyond, the extensions to the Maria Loop that are kind of the next thing on the list. Could you enlighten us as to what type of recycled programs or expansions we're looking at after that?
Sure, I can. Chelsea, I'd like to have you speak to that, if you don't mind, with regard to our urban recycled water program. Can you speak to that, please?
Yes, absolutely. So right now we are working on the integrated water master plan, which has a recycled water master planning component to it. Because we are in the process of identifying the expansion areas, we in the rate study have allocated a set amount per year of funding to the urban and ag expansion programs, which we're just generally calling them programs for urban and ag expansion of recycled water pipeline. So right now, the only expansions that we have in the plans and that are underway are 3 legs off of Maria Drive that will expand the urban pipeline to additional parks and schools. And we have the Adobe Road pipeline, which will create a loop. And in addition to that, we're working on identifying additional urban and ag expansion pipeline.
Okay, so no, I appreciate that it's all kind of to be determined, but from my perspective, I don't think our ratepayers, water and sewer ratepayers, get much benefit from extending recycle to ag users. So if those can be supported by grant funding and by the ag users, that's great, but I don't think that we should be asking our municipal ratepayers to be funding that. And then, on the urban side, I've supported what we've done over the years, but getting recycled to the west side is going to be very cost challenged. And again, I think if we can get grant funding to pay for the majority of that work, then some of these things might pencil out from the ratepayer perspective, but otherwise, they just kind of have to be left as planning documents, I think. So anyway, that's a comment. On the water shortage contingency rate adjustment proposal, I guess I'm a little skeptical on that one because we seem to have gotten through the last drought without the need for something like that. And I'm also concerned that it would send the wrong message to our customers if we get into the middle of a drought and we're asking people to conserve and we're going to say, hey, by the way, we're going to jack up the rates while we're at it. So I think we don't want to give the impression that we're punishing people for conserving in a drought. So I guess I'd like to see more analysis on that about why this is necessary if we got through the last drought without one, that kind of a thing. And I appreciate the fact that it wouldn't be implemented unless the council decided it was necessary in the next drought. But I think it sends the wrong message to the community right now. So I'd like more information on why that's appropriate. And then on the assistance for low-income folks, could you give a little bit more detail on what this federal program, what kind of dollar support it provides and how it comes into play, and if it's just a regular monthly support for people who qualify, or if it's kind of emergency funding if folks are in risk of being cut off. And I guess the ultimate question is, if that program is in place, why is there a need for something additionally? The second question is, are there any other jurisdictions in Sonoma County that are spending general fund dollars to provide water and sewer rate assistance to low-income folks? Yeah, thank you.
Sure, I don't want to pretend I'm an expert in the LEWAP program because it's relatively new, but my understanding is you have a number of customers that have had some significant benefit from it already here in the city, to the tune of potentially, some even thousands of dollars, who weren't able to pay bills during the COVID pandemic and beyond. I'm not sure, this is kind of a relatively new program that's rolling out. I don't know if Corey or Chelsea has more information about it, and I don't know if this is going to be going on forever. It was kind of kicked in kind of partly, I think, in response to COVID, to really make sure that folks didn't have of course, there were certain cutoff that were suspended during COVID, so you couldn't shut off someone's water for billing delinquency. So this was, I think, meant to be a continuation to make sure that cities were getting their funds and not losing out in the process. And I think the program, I don't know how long the federal funding lasts, but I think it is intended that it would continue for some period into the future to prevent folks from having their water service cut off if they can't pay the bill at the same time the city's not losing out on the revenues. But I don't know if Chelsea or Corey is more familiar with the details of that program.
I'm happy to add some more to it. So you might recall that back in March, we reinitiated our water shutoffs for the delinquent accounts. We've had numerous customers utilize that program, and we've had some customers that have didn't pay anything at all during COVID, so they didn't pay one bill for 3 years. So their balances crept up. Some of them owed us, $7,000, and they were able to get that fully paid through that program. And then others have been approved and will receive ongoing funding from that program. There was a limit set, and I don't recall the initial limit, but it was increased to $15,000 per customer. Short after that happened, which was probably a month and a half ago, the program was short on funding because there was so much need in Sonoma County. So the last I heard is that they were going out to try to get additional funding approved. And so the program was put on hold for the time being. That was a couple weeks ago. I haven't heard a status update since then. But yeah, there's been significant use of that program in Petaluma.
Okay, so, if that program continues, I'm not sure what the need for a local program is, and I'm very leery of getting into using general fund dollars for something like that. So, by the time you bring this back, hopefully there's more clarification about the federal program. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you. Thank you for the thorough presentation and report. My questions here, I didn't see, when we authorized the contract, I was hoping we would look at conservation programs. I think we were in the early stages of a drought, and now we're kind of coming out of it. But did we look at any sort of conservation measures and providing, a rate-based source of funding for those?
Yeah, I mean, the city, when it developed its urban water management plan, every 5 years it gets updated. There's a whole series of actions included in there for different levels of water shortage contingency levels. Level 1, 10% cutback, level 2, 20%. So the city does have those kind of embedded in the urban water management plan, and everything the city does would be supported by the rates, but I'm not, so maybe I don't know if I'm answering your question or.
Well, like used to work in the energy efficiency space, right? And there's like a portion of your rate that goes towards funding the conservation programs that are implemented. And so things like turf replacement programs, low flow appliances, things like that, I guess. Those are the types of programs that I would imagine. Rainwater catch programs, those were really popular, obviously, during the drought. Things like that sort of, I guess I just didn't see anything in there. I was wondering if you looked at any of that.
Those are included in the operational expenses for the water utility. Chelsea, would you like to augment and add more to that?
Yeah, so we will also be updating a water and sewer capacity fee study shortly. The last one was updated in 2013. And during that one, we do look at the cost of adding more capacity into our water system and looking at funding conservation programs through that fee. So we will be studying that in the soon to come capacity fee study.
Okay. And then for the...
If I could also add, Councilmember and Alex and Christopher, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought there was a conservation outreach component in the adjustment, the structure for authorizing a capped adjustment for during water shortage contingency plan times. Is that right?
Yes, we do. You're talking about the, what we proposed tonight in the presentation. Yeah, that council has the ability to invoke those.
So that's part of that feature has a conservation outreach kind of component, and Chelsea probably knows more about those details too, but I thought in response to your question, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the for the water contingency rates, is there any differential between buying our water from Sonoma Water or getting it from our wells? Because I know a lot of our water savings comes from our wells.
There is, but your wells provide a very small level of water in the big picture, so I think it can augment the supply you get from Sonoma County Water Agency, but only to a very small degree. And I think what the plan is, at least going forward from talking with Dan Herrera, is that you've used those wells in recent years, and it kind of drew down the groundwater table. So the plan is, in a normal year, you probably wouldn't be, at least in the foreseeable future, using those wells. But in a drought, you certainly can use them. So we did try to factor that in, the expenses on that to some degree, in coming up with what the water shortage contingency plan rate adjustments were, because there are some avoided costs if you're buying less water and relying a little bit more on groundwater, and also less electricity costs too for pumping water around the system.
Great. And then on the residential tiers, I think you kind of covered this, but typically when you have tiered rates, it's either you're driving a behavior or you're trying to recover costs, right? And would you say that we're trying to sort of encourage a behavior of conservation, or is it more cost recovery with the tiered system that we have?
Well, that's an excellent question, and the answer is both. Under Prop 218, which is California Constitution, and with the understanding of it has evolved over the years with various legal cases. And with the one of the legal cases, that you can't just do tiers for conservation purposes, which was the old legal understanding based on some old legal cases. So now that you can have tiered rates to encourage conservation, but they have to have a reasonable nexus with cost of service. So it's a little bit of both. And kind of what drives some of that higher cost of service for the higher tiers has to do with that your water system, the capacity is really sized to meet peak summer demands. Kind of like a highway for rush hour, you need 3 lanes of traffic going both ways, even though if you took all that use and spread it equally over the year, you might only need 1 lane of traffic. So there's some oversizing component to meet peak demands, and that's used as a basis for justifying why the higher tiers are a little bit higher, because they're contributing more to the peak capacity that the system needs to be built to serve. So it's both. It's cost of service, and it also helps encourage conservation, particularly for outdoor water use.
Great. That's what I anticipated, but that was helpful. So I'll just layer in my comments because others have as well. I too have some concerns with taking money from the general fund for a program. I'd like to see us come up with programs actually where we're not directly subsidizing bills, but actually more on the conservation program side, or at least understand how much, what percentage of the bill is going to fund conservation programs or anything like that, so that we make sure that we're eyes wide open about what we're investing in there. And I also noticed just that we don't really have any financial interest in conservation here, right? It's purely, our values of being sustainable, but actually it's not in our financial interest to conserve water.
I'm going to suggest it is also because you're right. If with conservation happens, the city loses revenues. it also, some of the expenses are offset. So during conservation, part of this water shortage contingency plan rate adjustments, again, people don't like the notion of doing some increase when you're asking folks to conserve, but when people conserve, they're going from using 10 units to 9 to 8 to 7. And if they didn't conserve, their bill would go up even more. So having some of this conservation efforts in the big picture, I think, will reduce the city's overall cost of service. And even though the cost of per unit might be a little bit higher, for folks who do conserve, they're going to pay less than if they didn't otherwise conserve, if the city overall is using a lower level of water use.
Okay.
I'll just add, if I may. You may recall that we recently created a new division of Public Works, Water Resources and Conservation Division. And one of the rationale that I had for doing that was to take the stewardship and championship for water conservation measures and efforts and remove that from water distribution and so forth and give it its own voice and at our executive team table. So I think that's been a real positive move internally and kind of helps to soften any perceived conflicts of interest or otherwise, even though our entire team is really supportive of all conservation efforts. It just helps guard against that and protect it.
Great. Love to hear that. So on my two final points are on the contingency rates. Is it possible to, on the lower tier residential customers, to make their increase negligible, and on the higher tier supercharge it, to really go after the people who are, got nice green lawns while we're sitting in the middle of a 3-year drought?
That's a very good question. And I'll say, I think there's some legal issues at play in this, and I would defer to your city attorney on what you can and can't do, but all the rates are supposed to have a cost basis under Proposition 218, Article 13D of the California Constitution. So agencies used to have a lot more flexibility, I think, in what they did with their rates and with conservation rates. Nowadays, you have less flexibility, and you have to make sure that there's that reasonable nexus with cost. And some attorneys are a little uncomfortable saying, hey, no, Tier 1, you don't have to pay any surcharge, but Tier 4, you're going to have to pay a big surcharge. But maybe there's some happy medium there where legal counsel is comfortable enough that what's driving some of those excess costs for trying to get to conservation, maybe there's a legitimate reason to say, hey, it's the high users who are really driving that. So to come up with a cost basis. But we didn't assume that in what we were doing. We were just trying to come up with a simple, straightforward, legally defensible approach so that the city would have the flexibility to phase something in. But I would envision that if the city ever is implementing these rates, there's a lot of different ways of doing it, and there might be some healthy discussion and back and forth with the legal side to kind of figure out the parameters of what you can do to do it in a way such as the low-use customers would be the least impacted by any type of adjustment that was needed.
So if I can just add to that quickly, Alex is right, and it's the San Juan Capistrano case that held pretty straightforwardly that there has to be a cost basis for tiering of the rates. And so Alex talked about the capacity cost, increasing the cost of having a greater marginal cost for higher users. That's one rationale. There may be others, but what the San Juan case says is that the basis for tiering has to be costs, not psychology of disincentivizing excessive use. It can have that effect, right? But we have to be able to show a cost basis for the tiering. So the challenge will be to try to satisfy that requirement and have the tiering be cost based and have it also meet our policy objectives. So that'll be part of the discussion, I'm sure. Thanks.
Great. So if and when those proposals come back, I would definitely be trying to push for some sort of variability in how they're applied. And then my final comment is I generally agree with what Councilmember Healy said about the recycled water program, and that if we want it to be successful, we need to invest in it. And it would be, I'd be certainly open to seeing what, you know, a more aggressive investment in our recycled water looks like, whether it's investment in storage. I know that's like one of the big limiting factors right now, but I'd be interested to see what we, you know, what we can get out of it.
Councilmember Healy, did you have a comment you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, just very briefly, I think there is a perception out there that conservation doesn't pay for the utility, but I think that's a very short-term perspective. If you look at some longer-term issues that we've faced in our region, the opposite is true. It wasn't that many years ago that the region was looking, Sonoma Water was looking at building what was called the Dry Creek Bypass, because that was going to be a $120 million capital program, because the ability to send water down Dry Creek to the intakes at Wooler was going to overwhelm the habitat in Dry Creek. But then, you know, the long-term water forecasts dropped precipitously throughout the region. And we were able to avoid that and just do habitat mitigation within Dry Creek. So that saved tons of money. Here locally, it wasn't that many years ago when we had a temporary urgency water hookup moratorium, because our out-year forecasts in our urban water management plan showed that we were going to exceed the carrying capacity of the Petaluma Aqueduct. And if that had not changed, we would have already had to have begun construction or actually completed the parallel aqueduct. And that's several tens of millions of dollars that we avoided having to spend. So conservation has its virtues. Thank you.
I think that's where I'd like to lead with my comments in here too, is where conservation gets us. You know, I looked at all the winter, the lows of the year, and was seeing a 400 cubic feet per month number, and knowing that my winter for the last 4 years has been under 200. And so I'm kind of thinking, what am I doing wrong? Or, you know, how can that be? Because I'm not, there's just two persons in a household, but it's a big household. I know we focus on summer, we focus on grass, we focus on other issues like that. But with that, the water bill is $80 a month. So it's $35 of fixed costs, $45 of variable costs. I conserve, don't conserve, it doesn't change that much. And I think one of the questions we need to consider is that water is actually a fairly cheap commodity in our community. I mean, people complain because it's a bill of, you know, that magnitude. But if you look at all of my media connection, it's much more than that. All my PG&E, much, much more than that. I mean, electric's more than that, and gas is more than that. But I think that a lot of folks have really embraced the exterior changes in their summer peaks, which is the volume of water, which is, you know, what keeps our pipe size lower than having to increase. But I think there's so much more ground to be gained in winter, and what we use in fundamental things, what we drink, what we wash with, and that aren't summer related. And to that point, I would love to see us have more equity incentive, not equity of bill, but equity of people who can afford to put in the washing machines. Some of the things we do already, we have programs for these already, but I would like focus on that so that people who don't engage with the culture in general are the ones that we best approach. And so I would like a little more focus on that. Also, I'm disturbed to not have the master plans before we do a long-range rate plan. You know, that kind of seems inconvenient, and that gets me to the recycled water cost. I would love to see the recycled water extensions calculated as offsetting potable, as would a new dam or a desal or something like that. I would like to see what the cost of new potable connection or a source water would be versus using recycled to offset that. And one question is, how many levels of treatment does Ellis have? Do we have separate levels of treatment for urban reuse, one for farm reuse, one for creek discharge? Or are we treating everything to the highest level?
That's a great question. I know right now it's tertiary treated, and I think this is in accordance with our permits. So I would have to investigate that. We could follow up by email on the possibility of secondary treatment for other uses, but I am familiar with the tertiary treatment standard that we follow now.
Because the creek discharge, your winter discharge when you're in bypass has to be a lesser criteria. And I will invite Councilmember Healy to jump in.
The institutional memory here,
Yeah.
So back in the day, we were sending secondary water to the farmers, the legacy recyclers up the hill. And then we started doing tertiary water and getting ready to send that into the city. It turned out to be a lot cheaper to treat all the water to tertiary than to create a separate pipeline system.
Thank you. I'd love to see that in the recycled water plan. And that features on that 23%. If our goal is to go to zero discharge, is that the motivator, or is the motivator go to minimum potable pull from the Russian River? Then you'd have a different equation of how much water gets pulled from each side, or how you would bill out each of those funds. I'm comfortable with the 6% annual. I'm comfortable with the low income program. I really have nothing good on the drought rates. I think we've done good things, and maybe if we need reserves, we need reserves, but to tee up something like that right now, I have no interest in. Yeah, I do know that with the fixed component of the bill, it really doesn't matter how much I use, plus or minus 10%, 20% conservation. I pay more. In summertime, I pay $20 more than in wintertime. I double the water use, it's $20. So now that's at the very low end, but maybe, people who can, who use the very high end are those who are cost resilient and can just afford to pay that. So we need to find a way to affect that. And that's probably a social question. Councilmember Shribs, I see a hand.
Yeah, just as we get to conservation, because I saw some of the projections at a prior meeting about where we're going, and since we are growing in population, but we're using less water every single year, in fact, less water than we used 10 years ago. And as we get the AMI program going, conservation is all people going to see it and go, respond to it. And so it's still expected to go down, even though, can we go down lower than we did during the drought? And basically, the answer was yes, we can. There are ways, and people get more informed about what their actual water use is. So that's the first comment. And just as I remember in the past, when I lived down in LA, there was other past water shortages that were occurring, and they didn't go with fee structures, they went with fines. And there was water police, actually policemen were actually going around, and the public was actually informing on their neighbors, and there was up to $10,000 fines if you went over certain water uses, and people paid it. And so besides a fee structure, there's also legally, I think, a fine structure. But that was not very appreciated by a lot of the water users down there. The other one is that on the Councilman Healy was talking about ag versus urban. And so after going to both the watershed meetings and the water reuse on the North Bay regional basis, that is discussed about, we just got a grant for monies to get recycled water up to agriculture. And they want to seek to do more of that on a regional basis. So, and one of the reminders is that we do live in a watershed, and the city is less than 10% of our watershed where the water comes from for all of our groundwater. And it's all, and outside the city, that's all agriculture pretty much. So agriculture provides our economy hugely. And so to think that, we should share our recycled water with the ag folks up there on the hills is a little bit off, I think. We really need to share as much as we can to support their economy, because supporting their economy supports our internal urban economy. And they give us all of our groundwater, pretty much. All comes from them, and all the way they manage their water on their land and how they run their lands. So I think we should The plan is, we really should share as much as we can with the ag folks. I know there's some folks, oh, we should use all our recycled water for our parks and for our trees, and I'm in the tree group. But I still have to appreciate the ag people out in our watershed entirely. They deserve some attention from us, and that should be one of the things we should be willing to share as a resource with them, because they're sharing the entire watershed with us. And so that would be fair in my mind, and we need to keep them in mind.
I just want to chime in one thing about that, if that's okay. For the ag customers out there, as pointed out, you're right, recycled water can be an expensive prospect for a very low level of water, especially if you have to run pipes across town to serve a couple of parks. Is that cost effective? Well, if you're getting grant money, and there is an assumption of some grant funding in here for ag extensions, but also for urban water extensions, but for ag, this would be a new source of revenues also, where these customers would be buying recycled water from the city. So there is some potential cost effectiveness there too, of being able to use the recycled water, getting some grants to extend the system, then having an ongoing revenue stream. This is something, my understanding is that the city is going to be looking into a little more detail in upcoming months, looking at recycled water, and I think the whole water picture. But there is a source of funding here so that some of these recycled water projects may have long-term payback.
Right, that's what the master plan would show, is the cost and benefit. And probably most ag rates aren't going to cover their capital costs. But the question is do we have another social agenda, the lack of discharge to bay, that we wish to contribute to? So it's a complex equation. We're just saying put it in front of us to say whether we want to support that subsidy basically to ag. And a council member now, did you?
Yes, I applaud the grant funding so that we avoid deficit. But were the surveys done last fall of 2022 when we were leaving the drought with the rains, or was that fall of 2021?
The rate surveys? Oh, they're the rates that are currently into effect. So I think it was done January, February of this year.
Oh, so during the rainy months.
Yeah, but what we use, so we're using the current rates that everybody charges, but the usage level is based on kind of average use, and it does fluctuate a little bit from year to year. It's certainly a lot lower than it was 10 years ago. But it did come down in the last couple of years with the drought. We are assuming a little bit of a bump back towards normal. What happened during the last drought, the water use came down a lot, but after the drought, it bounced back partway. And I think the same thing is going to be occurring now. You've had a stage 2 drought restrictions in place based on the urban water management plan for a number of months, and have had a lot of drought messaging, and customers here in Petaluma did respond. We can see it. The water use was down, but I think the anticipation is it's going to come up to a little bit higher, to a new normal, which is less than the old normal. But the units that we assumed in our survey are representative, and we're looking at multiple years of water and sewer use to try to estimate what a typical bill is.
I just noticed my neighbors had their sprinklers on again, and I was out fertilizing to green up my lawn this weekend. There was a line that said unmetered residential. Can you explain that? What's an unmetered residential?
The city has historically had a very small number of customers that I think were like flat rate customers, and I think they were getting phased out over time. And I'm not sure if they've been all fully phased out at this stage of the game.
Do we know how many there is?
Extremely few, if any. I don't know if anyone knows the number. I don't have it off the top of my head, but we can look into that and get back to you in the next meeting on that.
Okay. PG&E sends me a monthly comparison to similar homes of mine in my neighborhood, and to compare the energy use that my home has. And they also give me, tips on how to save energy. So do we have anything like that for in the future for your home uses this amount of water, your neighbors in a typical size home is using less, and here's ways for you to, do we educate like PG&E does? This is just a monthly little one page that comes out, and the backside is in Spanish.
I believe the Ion Water program, as part of AMI, has some of those features. I'm not sure if Chelsea could speak to that, but it is definitely something we're interested in doing. Chelsea, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, so right now, and in recent years, we haven't had the capacity or ability or in the template for our water bills to advertise something like you're talking about with PG&E. But what we have done to supplement that is to do a bill insert for customers with tips on how to save water, to direct them to our water conservation program website, and with contact information for our water conservation program. We periodically, about 4 or more times a year, do bill inserts that provide tips on how to read your meter, how to calculate, your per person water use in the household. And throughout the last couple of years through the drought, we've developed a lot of online resources for water customers. So you can go on the water conservation red command in your household, and that will tell you it'll give you a goal, which is about 55 gallons per person per day, which is a statewide goal. And you can see how your water use compares to that. So we do supplement the water bills, not specifically the way you're asking, but by directing them to additional resources, which are available on our website. And I do believe Ion Water, is going to give, which is the customer engagement portal for the AMI platform, will give real-time water use information, and you'll be able to see how you compare month to month in water use for your household.
And thank you, Chelsea. When we do the rate increase, and maybe we can do some, marketing and PR and say, the bad news is the rates are going up. Cost of living is going up. Good news is that these conservation rebates are available, and the same drought saving methods and like mulching, those things that we can provide to the customer for no cost, and it helps them conserve, and it might reduce their water bill even though the rate is going up. Does that make sense? Just a PR part. I know you guys are really good at that with the social media. Sometimes I learn about it from social media before I learned about it at council. So thank you. That's all.
And no doubt we can work with our partners at Cool Cities, and no doubt Daily Acts has a program coming out this year that's going to work on these. And so, we have many partners in this goal. And if we can go to public comment now, I would like to ask the clerk if we've heard anyone on this subject.
Mayor, we did not receive any comments on this item prior to the meeting.
And may the moderator read the prescribed readings?
Yes, I'd be happy to, Mayor. During public comment, the public is invited to make comments on the specific agenda item that is being presented to the City Council. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. Members of the public attending in person should bring up their speaker cards. Members of the public attending online should raise their virtual hands or press *9 if participating by phone. Virtual attendees will be muted when their allotted time expires or when their comments have concluded. Speakers whose comments do not pertain to the specific topic will have their microphone turned off or may lose some time. And just as a reminder to everyone that speakers are encouraged to be respectful. Threats of violence or obscenity are grounds for removal. And we continue to have simultaneous Spanish translation, so please make sure to include pauses in between sentences. I don't know if we have any in-person speaker cards. No, 0. Okay, yeah. Then?
How are we doing on Zoom, though?
We had We did have one person who had their hand up, but at this time we have we do have 4 attendees and 1 person with their hand up. So let me just figure out.
And
how to
since
get
we
my-
have no speaker cards in-house, I'd like to offer that speaker a chance on Zoom.
Sure, and that speaker is Isaiah Gonzalez. Isaiah, please unmute and begin speaking.
Good evening again. Hello, council members, whoever is still in chambers. I can't begin to say that I completely understand everything that was just discussed, but I do want to say thank you for the depth at which it was discussed to create understanding. Water metering is something that I know was an issue amongst military housing in terms of how it was fairly monitored and distributed. And having transitioned from living in the barracks where all of those sorts of things are handled for you to then being out on the civilian side and managing these finances for the first times. I just want to express how confusing from the customer side, and especially as a renter, for when you move from complex to complex or to then another mom and pop location where the way your utilities are metered and measured out are constantly fluctuating and constantly changing and incredibly difficult to price out and factor when trying to relocate out of necessity. Just thank you. And I want to echo Councilman Barnacle's concerns around means testing and AMI and drawing lines for qualification for things. It was mentioned earlier, but that I appreciate the consideration for low income relief because it is necessary. I cede the rest of my time. Thank you.
And Mayor, at this time, there are no other hands raised from virtual attendees.
Thank you. And that closes the public comment period on this item. Bringing it back to council, have we made our comments? Feedback to staff on this? Does staff have a question, any question on the feedback? Then we'll finish this item and move to our next item on the calendar, which is the resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a professional services agreement with Mark Thomas and Company for environmental permitting and engineering services for the Caulfield Bridge and Extension Project. And I'd like to introduce Bjorn Griffenberg to take us through this one.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Bjorn Griepenberg. I'm a project manager in the Public Works and Utilities Department. Excited to bring to you tonight a recommendation to authorize the city manager to award a professional services agreement for environmental permitting and engineering services for the Caulfield Bridge and Extension Project. Next slide, please. Thanks. Since we last updated council at the October 10th, 2022 Crosstown Connector Workshop, staff developed and issued a request for proposals on February 23rd of this year for all remaining work needed to bring the Caulfield Bridge project to shovel-ready status. We received 2 excellent proposals and that were evaluated by an internal selection committee. And tonight we're delighted to introduce you to Mark Thomas and Company Incorporated, our recommended consultant. But first, I'll briefly provide some background on the project. Next slide, please. The Caulfield Bridge, also referred to in our general plan as the Southern Crossing, is a proposed 300-foot movable bridge spanning the Petaluma River between Caulfield Lane at Bautista Way in the new riverfront development and Crystal Lane at Petaluma Boulevard South. The bridge was included as a proposed connector in the general plan 2025 and would provide a crucial linkage for all modes of travel. The bridge would eliminate what is currently a 2.5-mile journey for people walking or biking from one side of the proposed bridge to the other. Next slide, please. This slide shows two possible options for the bridge's width and roadway configuration. The original proposed bridge profile shown on the left included one vehicle lane in each direction, as well as on-street bike lanes and sidewalks. However, as the city worked through the previous round of conceptual planning, a new alternative emerged that would provide a combined multi-use pathway on both sides of the bridge. The ultimate roadway design, including these bicycle and pedestrian accommodations, will be subject to additional community engagement and analysis in the next phase of work. Next slide, please. So in 2018, the city awarded a professional services agreement with AECOM to confirm the bridge footprint, begin the preliminary approval process with the U.S. Coast Guard, which is the federal permitting agency due to the river's status as a navigable waterway, and perform other analyses to inform the next phase of work. Some of their key findings are included here, and I'll just walk through these really quickly. So on navigation clearances, Coast Guard advised a 90-foot wide opening with 10 feet of vertical clearance above high water when the bridge is closed. On the bridge type, AECOM recommended a double leaf bridge, meaning a bridge that opens basically in the center of the bridge towards both banks to avoid floodway impacts, and you'll hear more on this shortly. On right-of-way, we learned that all right-of-way needed to construct the bridge is dedicated, and the city would need to negotiate a new lease with the State Lands Commission, but this is expected to be a fairly straightforward process. In environmental review, it is expected that this project will involve both National Environmental Policy Act and California Environmental Quality Act approvals. For NEPA, that would involve an environmental assessment, and for CEQA, an initial study. And lastly, AECOM produced a rough planning level estimate of $48.5 million in 2026 dollars, and this number will be refined as we learn more about the project in the next phase. Next slide, please. So as I noted earlier, the proposed scope of work in the professional services agreement before you tonight includes all remaining work needed to bring the bridge to shovel-ready status. It is now my pleasure to introduce you to Zach Zaviglia, CEO and President of Mark Thomas & Company. Zach would serve as the project manager for the consultant team and brings 18 years of experience in transportation, planning, and engineering. And from our review of his team's proposal, interviews, and references, it was clear to us that Zach has compiled a highly qualified team that has become a well-oiled machine when it comes to designing movable bridges and working with many of the same permitting regulatory agencies that we would need to for this project. Their work currently includes 3 very large movable bridge projects in the Sacramento area, and they showed a wealth of experience in this area. Zach is joining us via Zoom, and he will now walk through the proposed scope of work and schedule, highlighting some key deliverables and his team's approach to the project. I'll hand it over to you, Zach.
Great, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Excited to be here with you tonight virtually. So as Bjorn mentioned, we're excited to partner with the city on this project. The elements that we're going to focus on through this next series that we're going to embark on starts with continuing the community engagement that was initiated with this project, really trying to define what is the project, what are the elements of the project that we're going to look at the design and how that interfaces with the neighboring communities. We're also going to work through various technical analysis. This is hydraulic analysis, which I'll touch on more in a minute, in addition to geotechnical, traffic analysis, and then ultimately moving into our bridge type selection report. As part of the project, we're also going to work through utility coordination. So this is any affected utilities in the project footprint, but also the utility demands that are needed to operate the structure. As Bjorn mentioned, we'll complete the environmental reviews, both the state CEQA completion as well as the federal NEPA action, along with any permits that are needed from regulatory agencies that would have jurisdiction over this area. And then from there, completing all of the final PS&E for the project. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we did want to touch on and reevaluate is just the hydraulic analysis that was done as part of the early work that Bjorn mentioned. As noted, there were some hydraulic impacts, a couple tenths of water surface elevation rise, and it's a fairly active floodplain through here. It's pretty well defined. And so any rise in water surface elevation obviously is something that needs to be explored. However, we think that there are options that we can explore that would look at shortening the length of the bridge at this crossing. So currently it was proposed for a 200-foot double leaf bascule structure like Bjorn mentioned. And we see the opportunity to look for a single leaf structure and get that movable bridge portion down to roughly around 90 feet, which is similar to other bridges along this stretch of the waterway. And the chart on the right shows the 4 essential movable bridge types and then their standard operating range. And so what's important to note in this chart is that each bridge has an area where it's very efficient, and then there's areas where you start to get on the fringe of that opening width, where the bridge cost actually starts to go up significantly. And so what we evaluate is that if we can get down to somewhere in the neighborhood of 90 to say 120 feet for the movable bridge, it just opens up the possibility to look at other structures. So this is something that's going to be a heavy focus for us as we start the technical analysis for the project. And we do see the opportunity to get that movable bridge dimension down closer to that 90 to 120 foot range. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, we will include significant community outreach as part of the project. So currently we're planning for 10 public outreach meetings. So this includes committee meetings, presentations to this council, as well as virtual online surveys as well. Really, we want to focus on identifying those neighborhood impacts. What does the roadway and the public spaces, what are the impacts there, and how can we design to maximize the benefits that we see with the project? And then also working through the proposed bridge aesthetic details. So part of our scope, we're going to evaluate up to 5 different concepts, 5 different renderings that will show what the bridge looks like. Some of the renderings that you see here on the screen are from our I Street Bridge project that we are currently finalizing the designs on in the city of Sacramento. Again, it's a much larger structure, so this bridge total is over 900 feet long. But what we find is that using visual renderings like this, it really helps in engaging the community. Being able to show an image and talk through design level details is really important to get their feedback during the project so that they can see what the project's going to look like and see, what potential impacts there would be in the surrounding area. Next slide, please. In terms of the project schedule, we're looking at a total schedule of just over 2.5 years, roughly, to get from where we are today through the advertisement period for construction. As I mentioned, the first item that we're going to look at is the hydraulic analysis that's currently driving the bridge type and ultimately the rest of the project design. So we want to work through those details, which then takes us to our basis of design report and our 30% designs. And then concurrent with that effort, we're going to begin working on our structure type selection report. So this is really the culmination of all of the technical analysis that we would do to have a recommended alternative that gets then carried forward into the environmental studies. And so you can see down on the bottom of this slide, those environmental technical studies and the CEQA and NEPA documentation runs concurrent with preparing and finalizing the technical analysis. Once we get through the environmental document and approval of the CEQA and NEPA documents, we'll begin working on all of the permits that would be needed from the regulatory agencies, as well as finalizing the final design for the project. Ultimately getting the bridge and this project ready to advertise for construction in 2025. So with that, Bjorn, I will turn it back over to you.
Thanks, Zach. Go to the next slide, please. So lastly, we just wanted to acknowledge the importance of some related efforts outside this scope of work as we prepare our roadway network for the bridge's construction and seek funding to make this project a reality. Separate efforts will include circulation and multimodal improvements to two key intersections highlighted in AECOM's technical memorandum. Those are the Caulfield Lane intersections with Hopper Street and the Smart Tracks, as well as the Caulfield Lane intersection with Lakeville Street. And I'll just highlight that, with the Hopper Street intersection, that will obviously require coordination with SMART and the California Public Utilities Commission, and changes to the Lakeville Street intersection would require coordination with Caltrans, given the proximity to Lakeville Highway and the US 101 ramps. We have met on those second two bullets. We have met with SCTA staff recently to discuss funding opportunities for this project's construction phase. And we are hearing that the opportunities for projects of this nature are limited and highly competitive, but they have advised bringing the project to shovel-ready status, which we're proposing to do with this professional services agreement. And they've also advised considering requesting to the Metropolitan Transportation Commission the inclusion of this project in the regional transportation plan to improve its eligibility. Next slide, please. So lastly, just reiterating our staff recommendation to authorize the city manager to execute this professional services agreement. And I will highlight that the agreement is in the amount not to exceed $5,298,685. In last week's budget workshop, it was acknowledged that the proposed budget for this project was developed prior to our request for proposals, and while enough funds are shown to initiate this work, we would likely need to come back to council at a later date for a budget adjustment that reflects the latest project schedule. So with that, we'll turn it back to you for questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Anyone on the council have a question? Starting with Councilmember Barnacle.
Two questions. Can we post the slides online is the first one. And then on the single versus double, do we have any estimate of what the cost impacts of those design decisions might be?
Yes, so the slides will be added to the agenda, and I'll look to Zach for a rough, maybe a rough idea of the cost discrepancy for single versus double leaf, although I know, Zach, that's probably somewhat challenging from project to project.
Yeah, it is. I mean, a lot of it does depend on the specific project details. In general, movable bridges roughly cost around $5,000 per square foot of deck area. So if you just look at the width of the bridge times the length of it, times an average of roughly $4,500 to $5,000 per square foot of deck area, that is a rough cost estimate that we could use at this time. As we get more into the project details, we'll have a much better idea, and that's ultimately what gets documented in that bridge type selection report.
Councilmember Healy.
So it was a very comprehensive report. My question is really for the city attorney. And because I think you were here when we got the permission to move the rail crossing for Hopper Street from in front of the Silk Mill down to Caulfield. And my recollection of that was that we had an advocate fighting us the whole time and trying to argue that the Caulfield crossing of the railroad tracks should be grade separated, which is almost physically impossible, but that didn't stop him from asking. And my recollection is what the CPUC came back with was kind of a temporary permission for an at-grade crossing at Caulfield, conditioned on the notion that if we ever wanted to go across the river to Petaluma Boulevard South, we had to come back to them and get permission for that to be made permanent. And I think the PUC is really focused on safety issues, rail crossing safety issues, and I think it had to do with the number of vehicles they expected to be crossing there, and it was a number they were willing to accept for an at-grade crossing at Caulfield if it wasn't going to include additional traffic going all the way across town, which could potentially be a lot higher. So I think we need to pull that up and look at it and inspect it, because that looks like a very major missing component here. And I think when you went back to the CPUC with that, you'd need to have a traffic analysis with showing at least the kind of traffic counts we'd be expecting to see at the Caulfield crossing once this southern crossing is built. But it seems to me that's a big missing piece here. Is that your recollection as well?
Thank you, Councilmember Healy. My memory is a little foggy on the reapplication part, and I don't know if that's because I'm just suppressing it or just not remembering. What I do remember is that I think we had a concession to Mr. Schoenbrun's opposition that to agree to do what we knew we'd need to do anyway, which is an EIR for the Southern Crossing, which would involve some of that very same analysis. So I think we need to go back and look at the historic
because
files.
I know your office was a little bit involved in this, but
Right.
it was really Basin Street taking the lead because it was the Riverfront project that was paying for it and needed to get that entitled.
Right. So I think we would have to go back and look to see to the extent there's some kind of further proceedings.
I mean, I fully anticipate that we would get permission, because if you look at what the world looked like back then, there was still a possibility that the rail line could be extended back up the Eel River Canyon to Eureka, and we could have had much more freight traffic on that line than we're going to get now. What you see now is probably about what it's going to be between freight and smart. But nevertheless, my recollection is that the CPUC is very skittish about rail safety issues. They get criticized whenever there's a car on rail accident, usually in Southern California, and they're very sensitive to that. So I would say we really need to. I mean, I'll support this tonight, but I'd like to see that piece looked into and considered.
Well, and it's certainly relevant to the scope of work because it's not just design, it's permitting too. So that's a.
But that's probably not something that's a pretty highly specialized area. I don't know that this consultant would be the one to
Oh, they may
lead
not.
the PUC, no.
But if we need CPU authorization, I think that's CPUC authorization. That's something that we need to suss out as part of these considerations.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
And I just wanted to share one thing that's kind of amusing to me, that this opportunity exists, of course, because the riverfront development was approved. That was a highly contentious split vote of the city council at the time. I believe it was 5-2. And David Glass and Pam Torliet both voted no. And the reason was, this is really going back into the weeds, was because the soccer field that's going to be, the community park that's going to be there is going to be natural grass. And they were insisting it be artificial turf. And the developer wouldn't go there. So funny about that. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah, I remember. I think that's one of the reasons I ran for council. It's because every commission and committee approved artificial and the council didn't. So let's see, Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, question for Bjorn on the streets going to and from the bridge. So once we have the bridge in place, I know on the west side, we have a nice roundabout that's going to connect up to Petaluma Boulevard. That looks like it's all set. But after I rode my bike down onto Hopper Street right across Caulfield, and I started investigating the neighborhood and how I was going to get from Caulfield right there, and all of a sudden going, well, what is this going to look like? And Hopper Street is not well designed for what I think we want. And then how it's going to have weave around and get through the neighborhood there. And it looks like the design, we're going to have to get around. They put a circular path in around buildings and lots of people there. It wasn't designed as a major throughfare corridor, but we're turning that area into a major arterial. But it looks like it's more like a community street. So I was wondering, how are we going to redesign from starting at where the SMART train getting onto Hopper Street, making that turn and then going down and then around and still have pedestrian, bicycle, and cars moving through at pretty higher, much higher volumes than may have been expected. So I thought, who's going to design that? When is that going to be coming to play, and who's going to pay for that? And how are we going to pay for it?
So that's an excellent question. What you see there today for Caulfield Lane was approved as part of the Riverfront project, to my knowledge, and so that was done with the understanding that this roadway would one day potentially serve much heavier vehicular traffic, traffic for all modes, really, once the bridge was built. So as far as plans for the changes to the roadway, the two-lane roadway between Bautista Way and Hopper Street, none are currently planned. There would potentially be some redundancy with the Caulfield Lane extension. I believe if and when the 500 Hopper development moves forward, there's a proposal to extend Caulfield Lane, I believe, through the city property, and then it meets up with the with the roundabout near the Marriott. So as far as the actual cross section of the street, there are no proposed changes at this time. It was approved with one lane in each direction, Class 2 bike lanes, and sidewalks.
Good, so there's a dependency on the property transferring hands or things like, as you said, the development there, because I went down and take Hopper Street, and it's a very hard right and left-hand turn there. It's like a 90-degree, but it's with that much traffic, and Hopper Street is not designed, I think, for the full width of what we're talking about. So we're talking about actually changing some the roadway, and so you said it might be dependent on our property sale or development past Caulfield on that? Is that all city-owned property that we have set up to do that, or is there a developer that needs to come into play here?
So I think there are potentially changes to the section of Hopper Street between Caulfield Lane and where the roadway bends, sort of by the Marriott, but those are subject to my knowledge, are subject to development, and I'm also want to just acknowledge that I'm not speaking as someone who is very in the know on the latest with the development projects in that area. So I can speak really to the existing roadway of Caulfield Lane through the riverfront development.
Before we spend all this money on the bridge, when I'm sure we do have the plan for the road to the bridge all pretty well set in place ahead of that. So I think that should come first rather than last.
Councilmember Now.
My comment's going to be after Healy and Shribs brought up the traffic analysis part, coming into to Caulfield crossing at Lakeville. You have to go through the residential area, which would be District 3. It's 4 lanes, and then it goes over the Caulfield overpass, and then it gets kind of odd at Payran. And I really would recommend some traffic analysis there, because if we're going to know that there's going to be more traffic, because they're going to be using that as a crosstown connection, it's an odd turn, and it's an odd coming in off of Lakeville, turning right to go over the overpass. So we need a traffic analysis in that area, just getting to the crossing of Lakeville and then to Hopper Street and then to the bridge. So that's my 2 cents. And we got the sound walls in, so I'm happy with that on Caulfield for those neighbors who are going to be experiencing more traffic and sound. The price of the bridge really depends on, from that diagram, what the design looks like. And the design goes by the depth, so we can't really say we want the most inexpensive bridge. We have to take the one that fits our waterway, correct?
Yes, correct. And I'll look to Zach if you have any specific questions on.
Well, I just was wondering, we get to look at 4 different designs, but we really don't get to choose, because the professionals are going to know which one is the best for our waterway, correct?
Right. So my understanding, really the key decision point after performing the hydraulics and hydrologic analysis is selecting the bridge type. And then once you have the bridge type selected, you can start to look at things like the actual the width of the bridge, which would be the combination of vehicle lanes and bicycle and pedestrian accommodations. Then there's also the bridge aesthetics, right? What does the bridge actually look like? Do we want a signature bridge that is very impressive, or do we want unique,
Right.
or do we want something that is a little bit more value engineered, possibly? So
But
all
what-
of those, yep.
The design, whether it's a drawbridge or a swing bridge, has to be determined by the professionals on the depth of our waterway and what that challenge is, correct? And we want to make sure that we can get the dredging, the boats through. I mean, a sailboat
Yes.
is thinner, but the swing bridge, we couldn't get the dredging boats through, is what I've been told.
The ultimate determining factor will be our ability to meet U.S. Coast Guard clearance requirements. And then beyond that, Zach, maybe you can help with some of the examples of bridge selection criteria that you look at in these projects.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a lot that goes into determining the bridge type. It's not just strictly the physical dimensions of the bridge or the physical dimensions of where it's sitting. We look at things such as long-term maintenance. We look at everything that is considering environmental impacts for the structure. So all of this gets evaluated in what we put together as a matrix that has weightings on different elements that the project team determines to be, of heavier importance or of lesser importance. So, take aesthetics, for instance. Aesthetics does get evaluated in the type selection report. It might just have a lower rating or a lower weighting on it than, say, the physical environment in which the bridge is sitting. So there is a lot that goes into determining that bridge type. So at that stage, when we get to the point of recommending a preferred bridge type for this project, all of those elements will be considered. And that's why it's important for us to do all the technical analysis up front leading into that report. And some of that also includes all of the environmental impact assessments as well. So we don't go through the full environmental review when we make a bridge type recommendation, but we do have some technical information to use in the evaluation of different bridges. So elements such as the Coast Guard permitting for the project and what their clearance requirements are going to be, that is another item that gets factored into our overall evaluation before making a recommendation on the preferred bridge type.
So you would take into account how much space they need to get the dredging apparatus boat through? Because the swing bridge, I was told, doesn't allow enough space for the dredging equipment.
Yeah, ultimately the Coast Guard, what they do is they give us GPS coordinates for where the bridge piers and openings need to be. And as part of that evaluation, they would determine what the pier locations need to be. And obviously for a swing bridge, it has a much different pier location than, say, a Basco bridge or a lift bridge does. So all of that does get factored in when we make a recommendation.
Thank you. That's all.
Councilmember Cater Thompson.
Thank you. Earlier tonight, I talked about Oyster Cove and I talked about D Street and why we needed to underground all the way to the rail, to Lakeville. This project the city should have put the grid down for Riverfront and decided we knew we were always, a crossing was going to happen, and we allowed the developer to do the footprint. And so here we are again, trying to figure out how we're going to retrofit something. And this is a constant, and I'm hoping that this is going to stop in this city, that we actually look at the grid of traffic and mobility, basically mobility, first. And so my question is, we'll talk about the existing wastewater, that when Riverfront was being presented, the developer was going to remove that. Well, that never happened, so we're stuck with that too. So when is that, is there a proposal to remove at the Corp Yard those old tanks? And when is that? Is that going to be in my lifetime or when?
We currently have in the capital projects a Corp Yard master plan study that is considering that. So we also have a graphic we can show that shows the routing of the roadway. It was presented at the Crosstown Connector workshop last fall, you may recall. Not sure if everybody's seen it, but
I did
we
see
did
that.
share that. Okay.
I do remember that.
So, yeah, that is being explored and studied. And I'd just like to remind that, this is to move forward with the bridge design, and there is a lot of work to do with the routing and so forth.
I understand exactly what this is about, but I just
Thank
want to
you.
kind of put in there that Corona should have been upgraded when the Snowy Mountain Parkway was done. We keep doing the same problems, and I know that we're a different city council, different employees, but I just want to point that out to people. So I'm supportive of moving forward with this, so we can determine what design is needed for the needs of our river. And I'm just ready to move on, but I just want to let people know that this is it's
Thank
a
you.
concern, and it should be something we look at all the every
Well,
time.
we have a few steps yet, but
Yeah.
like
And I know that we're
public
this
comment is due next too. So
yeah. I mean, this is can I finish?
yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Please.
So all we're doing tonight is just approving so we can start moving forward for this timeline. And I'm looking forward to supporting it.
I support too this contract, which gets us all the way to the finished design, not all the way to shovel ready. So,
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
I'm not sure Gina Petnick might want to comment. Is that, Gina, I see you there. Did you want to say?
Thanks, Nancy. No, I think I'm fine. I think we've covered everything. I came on just in case I was needed for any clarifications.
thank you. And I think I'll get mine in and then come right and ask you what that is. I do like all the questions that come up. I think we just approved a project for Caulfield, or we just received a grant for all of Caulfield, $12 million or something in that, to make it into a road diet from Payran to, how far out does that road diet go? Does it go to McDowell or further?
So I believe the paving limits for Caulfield Lane are Payran to, I want to say Eli. And obviously, all of the changes to the roadway are subject to community engagement and all of that
So
good stuff.
that kind of helped with that tricky intersections that we saw there. And then I think what we saw in the workshop was what had come out of the Scannell developments, the 500 hopper that you were mentioning. And so I know we have good graphics on what the intentional plan is, but I thought I recall that it allowed a temporary condition that hopper was the approved temporary component to that, so that we could go ahead with this. But knowing that we're a 3-year design contract here and never knowing when development actually hits the finish line, I don't want to do that. But in the schedule, I'd like to know, you mentioned a lot about public outreach. When is the public outreach? I assume that starts after a preferred bridge type is selected, and it'd be, due to the engineering data.
So
Can we add the public outreach to the schedule shown, since it's a scope element?
Yes, we can definitely make that change based on what we and the consulting team would recommend. That's something where we do have some flexibility, obviously. We have up to 10 meetings included, and so it'll be several different touch points throughout the process. But definitely looking for input on early on as we embark on the design process.
Great, thanks. Councilmember Healy, did I miss a piece? So I think at this point we go to public comment, and may I ask the clerk if we have any outside prior?
Mayor, we did not receive any public comments prior to the meeting on this item.
Thank you. And Ms. Moderator, will you run the messaging?
Yes, this is a reminder that during public comment, the public is invited to make comments on the specific agenda item that is presented. And I have the wrong slide up. It's actually 3 minutes per person. Members of the public attending in person should bring up their speaker cards, and those attending online should raise their virtual hand or press star 9 if participating by phone. As a reminder, speakers whose comments do not pertain to the specific topic may have their microphone turned off or be muted. Speakers are encouraged to be respectful. Threats of violence or obscenity are grounds for removal from this meeting. And we have simultaneous Spanish translation, so please make sure to include pauses in between sentences. And we have one person in our virtual audience who has their hand raised, and that is Isaiah Gonzalez. And Isaiah, you may talk now.
Good evening, council members, everyone in chambers. I love that we're here at this and discussing it. I want to express gratitude, especially to Councilmember Shribs, to Councilmember Cater Thompson for your considerations around, and to Councilmember Now for your considerations around traffic and the flow of it, and as well as to Councilman Barnacle for the bridge types. I wanted to take a moment to heavily advocate for the separate walking and bicycle path, separate from the bridge itself. I lived at the Azure complex at the end of Lakeville, got involved with Cool, and was highly motivated to figure out how to switch my commute to bike. And having a non-motorized cargo bike, I'm significantly slower than the demographic that might be considered. But to get over that Caulfield overpass by human power is strenuous, difficult, tiring. And the only safe recommendation from Google Maps to get from the end of Lakeville over to that intersection that we're talking about. So I especially appreciate Councilmember Shribs physically getting on his bike to go investigate. I would like to encourage other council members, if able, to do the same thing. I try to ride a bike or try to walk down Lakeville, see how long it takes versus going around and taking Casa Grande and then St. Francis down to where it meets up with Caulfield, going over the overpass to get to the downtown area where a lot of our community events and whatnot are. Yeah, I hope that we seriously consider ways to either slow down Lakeville or to create safe walking paths, safe sidewalks, just so that we can, provide that to the people who live in that district as well as the businesses that are on that road, because it's very densely populated with apartment complexes. And I'll cede the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mayor, there are no more virtual hands raised.
And with no cards for in-house, that concludes our public comment. And I would like to comment to our caller that this weekend I bicycled out to the Schollenberger to the rebuilding event there, and I can say that I'm very glad that Public Works will be paving St. Francis soon. That's a brutal, bumpy road, but I think that we can all agree that most of our council thoroughly investigates these things before coming into council sessions. And do I have any other comment or a motion on this?
I'll make the motion to move this.
Motion by
I'll
Cater
second.
Thompson and second by Councilmember Now. And a roll call vote, please.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. I think at this point I'd like a different motion.
Well, I will make the motion to extend the meeting till 11:15. No, after 11.
Okay, and
I'll second.
a second by Now, and a roll call, or yes?
Barnacle,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes, but let's still shoot for 11.
Yes.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs.
Yes, but I hope we don't need it.
Motion passes unanimously.
Oh, that's a staff issue, right? And speaking of staff, we're now on item 11, preliminary fiscal year 2023-2024 City of Petaluma budget, adoption of city budget resolutions and introduction, first reading of fiscal year 2023-2024 city appropriations ordinance. And I'd like to have Corey Gabriello, Deputy City Manager, Director of Finance, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor McDonald and members of the City Council. Each year, the budget must be presented by fund, department, and prepared and submitted to the City Council by the first meeting in May. We held a Budget 101 session, which provided detail about Petaluma's budget process in April. This proposed budget was then delivered at the meeting held on May 1st, followed by a budget workshop held on May 8th, where we went over the budget document in detail. The fiscal year 23-24 proposed budget appropriations total $337 million and include appropriations for all city funds, including $89 million capital improvement plan that funds a variety of capital projects citywide. There have been no additional changes to the budget document that was presented at the workshop. Any recommended minor edits to the document will appear in the final budget document in a month or so. So with that, it is recommended this evening the City Council consider the recommended fiscal year 23-24 budgets, adopt the resolutions authorizing those budgets, and introduce the appropriation ordinances. And we're happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Are there any questions on the council? And lacking that, I would like to ask the clerk if we have had any. I'd like to open public comment and ask the clerk.
Mayor, we did receive one public comment on this item prior to the meeting, which is posted online with the agenda packet.
Thank you. And can we run the moderator?
Yes, as a reminder, during public comment, the public is invited to make comments on the specific item that is being presented to the City Council, and these comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. Members of the public attending online should raise their virtual hand or press *9 if participating by phone. Right now, we have 4 attendees and 1 hand is raised.
Let's go to that hand.
Okay, and that is Darren Rakusin. Darren, you may unmute and talk. Darren, are you there?
I am. Thank you, moderator. Having struggles here. I wanted to reiterate that for the pavement projects, the CIP projects around pavement, both road and sidewalk projects, I just want to make sure that we are putting in these budgets, and this might already be the case, we are putting in these budgets design time for making sure trees are included in that final picture. Previously at the budget meeting, I referenced the McDowell example. We saw a vision of what McDowell could be with great tree plantings, and it looked great, but it wasn't in the budget. Majority of the work, was already down the path, and it wasn't clear how we'd implement. So just going to advocate for, as we do more complete streets, more CIP projects for roads that badly need maintaining, that we are including in the budget design time, it's a big part of it, and then actual physical planting time. And also there'd probably be time in there for negotiating, private property frontages on streets, right? So that becomes a huge issue on some of these streets, especially narrow spaces like McDowell, where there's not much space on the side of the road. But I think tree planting for these needs to be a huge priority. Just want to advocate for that to be in there. Thank you.
Thank you, and Mayor, I see no other virtual hands raised.
Thank you very much, and that closes public comment, and back to the council and Councilwoman Cater Thompson.
Well, I was just wondering if I can make a motion on this, and do we do these separately or all at once? I mean, yeah, depending on how people are going to vote.
The issue is whether the votes are going to vary among the actions.
Correct.
Right. So if they're not going to vary, they can be done all together. If they are going to be vary, then we've got to do them separately.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You may make the motion.
I'll make the motion for attachment 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that correct?
So Corey's noting there's a total of 13. I'm going to take a look at the.
Attachments 1 through 7 are the resolutions. Attachments 8 through 13 are the ordinances.
Here we go.
Okay.
And I can separate if you want to know which resolutions.
You can motion the entire. You can motion the whole of it.
I'll motion for it all.
And that's a good.
Second.
All in one.
And we have a second from Barnacle. And I did want to comment that I hope the finding the $1 million in the source category for the trestle falls under minimal differences. And with no other comment, I'd like to have a roll call vote.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And that concludes our agenda for the evening. But I did want to say that since tonight is one of our proclamations tonight was our National Peace Officers Memorial Day, I think we'd like to close the meeting in honor of all those officers who've lost their life in their course of their duties. Thank you, and meeting adjourned.